Music is so good. Terran OST for StarCraft 1 is like the best music to ever exist. It's insane. Whew. Do I have an Enigma shirt? No, I just have my stealth shirt. I should make an Enigma shirt, but I felt like, you know, Enigma is the shirt that everybody would expect. But stealth is the... Stealth is the place to be. Program files, live split. It's an affordable shirt. Not many people can afford Enigma. Exactly. What up, what up? True that. All right. Not a bad day of finds yesterday. Only a couple newbies, but we got one more of the facets out of the way, and then Cranium Basher. No Eth uniques, though. That was sad. Let's get the macro rolling.
Moo.
Get that world record, brother.
Thanks, Ordinary Joe.
Good day.
Hello. How's life in the Midwest? It's pretty mid. Shoot, thought I got myself water.
Good day.
It's true, Tanuki. Shout out to Ordinary Joe, and shout out to Kerms for adding 2 more games to our Gameathon list.
Good day.
We added Lemmings and Day of the Tentacle.
Good day.
I wasn't going to pick the Tentacle one, but Lily convinced me.
This wilderness.
Good day.
Day of the Tentacle Peak. How do people know about this Day of the Tentacle game? It looks so like... I don't know. It's the sequel to Maniac Mansion. I haven't heard of that game either.
Good day.
Super popular in its time. That was before me, I guess. Gonna put the hamster in the microwave. I don't know what that means.
Good day.
You should at least watch a walkthrough of Maniac Mansion so you get the lore. There's lore. I think the whole thing is lore. It looked like a point and click thing.
Good day. Good day.
Exclamation mark top left. Top right also works. I just want a top left or top right exit, and then I want that exit to go a certain way. So top right, I want to continue right into the cold plains, straight across. Top left, I want to go bottom left or top right, but not straight across.
Good day.
So this one will work. This one will go to the top right. Cold Plains. Which is good enough. Oh, perfect, Lily. And a wand. That should be enough money, so. Kano is always going left. Yeah. This top right map is used in the Sorceress World Record. It has a really nice Act 4. So that's kind of a benefit of it. And it still guarantees the basics that we want. Okay, Tanuki. I'll see what I can do, yeah. I like watching on YouTube because I don't get any ads. Well, you shouldn't get any ads here either, with the exception of the first ad when you start the stream. Otherwise, I don't run ads, so. The only place I run ads is, of course, !VOD. Go ahead and open that up as well in another tab if you would like, as a way to support the channel. Twitch runs ads automatically, just the first one. Just that first one. Yeah, so all other ads are run by the streamers. With YouTube Premium, there's no ad. Do you have some benefit from premium user on this platform? So any ads that would run on YouTube, like the starting ad on a YouTube video, I do have, like that does benefit me if you have YouTube Premium. It would pay me as if you had watched the ad. So there is. If you have YouTube Premium, yes, that does add that small benefit. And if I ran live ads, then I believe it would also benefit me. But I don't run live ads, so. Really nice start. Live ads in YouTube are the worst implementation. I mean, again, all of these things are self-inflicted by whoever is running the channel. So, first ad, not. Other ads come from the me, right? Like, I could run an ad on Twitch or YouTube right now, but I have to push a button that says run ads. Otherwise, there won't be any more ads on the live stream. Did I turn off exclamation mark gear? No, it should be working. It's not syncing. I started it from the folder this time.
I can't. I can't.
That's weird. Gear did not sync character yet. Alright, well, it's throwing that error. If this run fails, remind me and we'll try again. Need to wait a few minutes. Wait, where the heck are the stones? I have the shrine. Right there, I guess. Huh.
Moo. Finally got my audio back. GL.
Thank you, Punk. The list is in the Discord for the Mr. Llama Gameathon. And the graphic as well that explains like what it is, etc. So the basics are $100 plus whatever cost of the game, but check if I have it first, of course. No boss in here, that's sad. We'll add a game to the list for 1 hour of playtime. And then whenever that game is playing, any subs, bids, whatever things along the way will increase.
At Sebastian
thank
Bon
you.
became a member. At Sebastian Bon celebrates 2 months of membership. Can you share a specific itemization method you will implement on Llama RPG? Also, any hints of a public beta coming?
Yeah, I think I've talked about it a little. There should be a public alpha beta piece thingy coming before end of this year. We've talked about it a little bit before. So, Llama RPG itemization is based off the idea a little bit of Diablo 2 itemization, but it changes it up and shifts it around. There's not treasure classes. Instead, there are essentially like power levels of items. Man, why am I getting these weird lag spikes?
Impossible.
Also, these experience shrines have been literally worthless. I am still level 6, just like FYI. Two experience shrines, still level 6. But the general idea is going to be following the idea of Diablo 2 itemization, which is, you know, you start with not a ton of the affixes, and then as you increase, you're going to get more and more affixes available. And every item will have like use cases, right? Similar to Diablo 2. White items, blue items, rare items, legendary items, right? They're all going to have a case for why you may want to use it. This run started so well, but has now just evolved into like the weirdest,
Even the light cannot
awful
pierce this
start. So rares can have more affixes. You know, your legendaries will have their own affix pool. So legendaries are kind of like uniques. but like randomized uniques a little bit, right? They're going to be their own style of
I can't carry anymore.
yeah, let me grab that and see. Their own combinations. So, like, let's say cannot be frozen. Oh my god, I don't have the waypoint though. Where's the waypoint supposed to be? I think I just have to reset, which really sucks because this run's supposed to be great, but I mean the waypoint has to be right in the middle here. Yeah.
Good day.
Yeah. So it'll have like cannot be frozen and some affixes, as well as some from the rare pool that you wouldn't find on other items. So think of a legendary item as, like I say, a Diablo 2 unique that's randomized. So maybe it has cannot be frozen. Maybe it has crushing blow. Maybe it has, you know, some of these things on top of just also your regular rare affix pool. Right, so it'll just kind of have some combinations of all these things. Try and think what else. Yeah, like I say, it had the items have power levels. So power level 1 through 5. In the wild, you find power levels 1 through 3, and then you'll have to do like some upgrading of items to get them to the higher power levels. So I may have to consider how that affects some stuff in the wild. And maybe I'll just give some innate bonuses. Trying to think what else. Can you pay much money to get in gear game right away? You could go trade. You're not going to use like real money, but if you had gold, you could trade. For good gear. Yeah, just kind of that sort of stuff. And then there's going to be a good emphasis on some crafting. For... Oh my god, that's only 11. Good emphasis on crafting. And every type of item crafts differently. So the way you craft a rare item is different from, you know, what results you can get from crafting a rare item or a magic item, etc. So hopefully it's fun.
Good day.
Cold Plains, skill shrine. Slay the princess. Someone's trying to troll me. Is that not allowed? Wait, I thought... Oh, wait, the shrine is up here. What's wrong with Slay the princess? There are websites that sell items. Yeah, if you buy from those sites, you'll get banned. You cannot directly line my pockets. It's not family friendly? No. Alright, we may have to talk to Blue Star then. What is the not family friendly piece about it? Oh wait, we're level 12. When did we get 12? How does the game remember the map? It's just part of your character file. In single player. This is seriously such an amazing start. That got so weird because the experience was so miserable.
I am overburdened.
Morale L. Well, this one probably is just dead, but we can see. The thing is, I do have a guaranteed shrine at both Cold Plains and Stony and Black Marsh. So, greetings from Germany. Hello. Hello. Programming a Diablo game myself for a few months. At what intervals would you set the item levels? I mean, I think something that, you know, works really well for D2 and what I'm doing with Llama RPG is having...
Lomatron 2112 MS-DOS or Minotron 2112 iOS.
Having Linky Puck, the like items shift, you know, like everything shifts. There's constantly like, oh, this is this level, and then oh, this is this level. So it's like every few levels at least, there's some upgrade, there's something, you know, that you could be doing, getting. So I think having it be pretty dynamic and adjusting so much. Geez, so many Fallens here. It's really helpful. Lamatron or Minotron? I mean, Lamatron, right?
I am overburdened.
That would be my pick of two. Alright, last chance for Talad. Just S. Yeah, that's alright. This run was not right. Gear sync. Okay, so the gear sync did work. You have to get the ROM and an emulator. Oh, jeez.
Good day. Good day. Good day.
What is the emulator in the ROM? I mean, we can figure that out prior, you know, like if you want that one on the list, we can figure it out. We just have to send me, you know, some instructions for how to get it. very much money. Okay, super chest, we're good. We're good. Just don't be locked. Not that super, but super enough. Exactly, Captimus. It's funny how all the new games use the same graphics and images. Yeah. And they don't even look that good.
The Order welcomes you.
Come on.
Good day.
Alright, a little annoying.
Evil dwells within this cave.
A little bit annoying. Let's go. So, I actually am very excited about Llama RPG's itemization. Again, especially with the crafting and the upgrading. There's a whole like set of mechanics around how you know, take your bases and upgrade them, and I'm excited to see the kinds of items that people end up getting and making, and just like how they're gonna play out, you know. So we'll see how that goes overall. But at the very least, it's a system, you know. We're trying something out that's kind of new, right? It's a whole new system, a little bit based on whatever the game is. It's got like a influence from a lot of games. So like a little bit of like Star Wars, the Old Republic or whatever. And a couple other like influences. Not a bad den.
Good day.
Frozen armor. Okay. Let's make it work. How is everybody doing? Cool. Alright, we get Rakanisha this time. See us back to PALADIN. Yeah, we just needed a day, you know. Again, after doing all of the hell speedruns back to back to back. It is Wednesday. My dudes. Rough couple of days. Sorry to hear that. Hope the eye's okay. I put some steroid cream on it. Seems like that helped it some. We'll see how it does today. But Holy Bolt? Okay. It's 2 scepters for rerolls right there, so that is nice. So we'll see how it holds up. What's my only styes link? Okay. It's not a sty, it's eye eczema. This is your favorite speedrun I've done in a while. It's a good speedrun, and I mean I've been getting better at it, which, you know, always feels nice. Sounds like an Apple product. Told Moo to smack you a little more gently next time, right? Your abuse is showing. You also have eye eczema. There's dozens of us. Dozens. You just have eye exams every 2 years? Aren't you supposed to have eye exams every year?
This tower shall be cleansed of evil.
Oh my god, it's not herpes. And I'm pretty sure I can't catch anything from watching her streams. Not that I would know, because I don't watch them. But if I did, I don't think I could.
Impossible.
People. Champion Ghost. No, thank you. When are they gonna put in the bionic eye that doesn't get eczema? Honestly, I need a whole skin replacement. I've got eczema, I've got seborrheic dermatitis, I've got vitiligo. My skin just ain't it, man.
Impossible.
Great suffers. Oh man. This is what having kids does to you? Nah, I had all these things prior to kids. This is just what genetics, autoimmune disorders. Have I tried changing my diet? I've tried eating more candy. I've tried more meat. I don't know what else there is to try. At this point, I'm all out of ideas. Tier. But also, at least vitiligo and dermatitis are not related to your diet. That's just what I have. Those are just autoimmune things. So, Skill shrine. Okay, we got a devil shrine to check right there, so. First. Chips, chip, chip. This is a better run from a experience standpoint. If I could pick up an experience shrine one of these runs, that'd be nice. But also, I guess just the ideal is this. We hit the Rune right here. And then right after that,
Is
we
today
get an
the day of
experience shrine to take
WR?
forward.
I think so, sir.
I think so. Might take a second to just get back in the groove, but then should be good to go. That didn't get the kill. Thought it would. Alright, Rune right here. Tier Rune.
Good day.
Okay, tier, town.
Hello.
Try doing Ubers with Mosaic Assassin. It's easy, right? Oh wow, I have 3 shrines actually. So with 3 shrines there, I 100% can reset that over and over again. I won't do it for tower runs because it's not quite as important with towers, because you just need to like get through the towers once you have charge you're good. But 100% will do that for Arcane Sanctuary and Flare Jungle. Man, this is just like guaranteed champions right now. Every time it's just ghosts, champion ghosts in the same spot. Cool. Got our 2 socket, that's nice. Champions are only 300% experience. They're not quite as good, but like they're okay. Like Champion Ghost on this character, you blow through them pretty quickly, so it's not a massive deal to do a couple of them. Rune, come on, run, don't do this. Perfect. Okay, let's make it happen.
Good day.
Greetings. The Order welcomes you.
Set a course. Make it happen.
Even the light cannot pierce this gloom.
Runes can't be eth, silly llama. Runewood operational. It's like, come on, we gotta get some bosses. Another experience shrine. Let's keep that experience shrine party rolling, baby. Love to see it. Champions, nothing good.
This is no place for a warrior to die.
Okay. So try up this way. Darn. Falling would have been really nice there. It's okay. I'm pretty sure this dead ends, but I just gotta make certain, yeah. I just didn't want to, like, I was willing to sack a couple seconds there to verify, just so I didn't burn a minute running around here. Only to go, oh wait, what? You know. Now, this is annoying. Last group, last group, last group.
There is great evil here.
Right here, right here. Come on, experience shrine. Just last. Just hang in there. So much. Made it halfway. Okay, so we have the 17. Okay. Let's go get a couple potions.
Good day.
Hopefully that should be enough. I'm a little worried it's right there. We're good, we're good. Come on. Whew. Pretty good Act 1. I just want FCR.
My
Ideal
work
there.
here is finished.
Thorns, charge, Holy Bolt, Paladin's the best strat. Yep.
Greeting. Your presence honors me.
Such is life. We can keep that guy. 20 fire res. That might just be our gloves through to the end of the game right there. Did I hear Doodle screaming all morning? Yeah, what's up? Her teethies just hurt. It's just the Arctic Pro wireless headset. It's pretty decent, honestly. Pretty comfy. You know how competitive eaters shove food down their throat? Yeah. Oh my god. Thank you, Pavi, for that sub. Okay, let's actually go find the halls. She was really mad you wouldn't let her choke on that. Well, that's unfortunate. Can't believe you would do that. Oh my god. I always hate when you go up and then have to go back down the stairs, because they always just end up in a situation like that where they just crowd it. Is that always... I'm trying to think if in level 3 or in one of like these directions that can not be that way.
Where can I take you? This way.
Pretty good maps out here so far. We'll see how our Claw Viper does, but I like the outer maps at the very least. Cool, cool, cool. Too many things. Am I gonna die? I mean, I can't. Oh, I really hate when the Claw Viper is stuffed like this. There's just a snake sitting on the stairs right now. That will not move. Thank you. Good lord. That was annoying.
Good day.
A packed level 2 there is just the worst. Okay. Thread the gap like a hockey puck. I'm a goalie.
Hello.
Good day.
Supposed to do the opposite of that. Alright, Arcane Sanctuary. I guess, yeah, let's force an experience shrine in it, I think. Maybe. We have three tries at it, so
This surely is the product of a twisted mind.
feels like you just have to force it. That's way too much potential. Oops. You know.
This surely is the product of a twisted mind.
I almost charged right into that. I never went back and got the, what do you call it? It's hammer. Malice. And I don't have that many chip gems, so I feel like I get like 1, maybe 2 rolls at plus blessed hammer, which is really annoying. I'm unfortunate here. No, that yummy experience. Yeah, I mean it's. This is why I wanted to force it. There's just so much yummy experience to be had down here. Oh, another experience shrine. It's nice. Don't find that too often here. Darn. At first it would have actually been so dope. Okay.
Blessings to you.
Does the eye level time you roll with the gems affect the chances? No. It is always eye level 25 is the scepter that you'll end up with. If you roll with chip gems. If you roll with flawless gems, it's always eye level 30. Second way. Okay, cool. This is, I mean, man. So much good in this run so far. But our chances to roll plus blessed hammer are low because we do not have a lot of opportunity there.
I am overburdened.
Oh wait, I have that. Let's just first try roll it, man. I gotta go respec still, but that's fine. We can just go do it after we find a waypoint here if we do. There we go.
Not in town.
Welcome.
You, and you are not bad. 517 and okay.
Good day.
10 FCR. I mean, that is something. 1 to vengeance. Nothing. Okay. Well, we hit 10 FCR at least. So it could be worse. But we did not get plus blessed hammers. Unfortunately. Pick up a Tarsh. Just to have something, even if it's only 5 all res. Not great, but ugly maps.
Not enough money.
Oh my gosh. Really? Is it gonna dead end or is it gonna cut right? It's gonna dead end. Alright, well, let's just let this boss group come in here. Yeesh. Well, a little time lost there. Broadswords this early are irrelevant. Do not. They only get 3 sockets. Really not looking until Act 4. Slightly you can look in like Act 5 is really when you're looking. But you can look like slightly before that if you want. But I need these guys to kind of move out of the way here a little bit. Really? Yikes. A double dead ender. It's not great. Oh boy. I think we just have a wraparound map. Unfortunately. Dang. That's unfortunate.
Hello.
How may I help you?
Could have had a really nice time coming out of Act 2, but no more. Instead we have this trash. And believe me, that is a trash map. It's okay. I mean, it just sucks, right? It just like is gonna set us back a little. We also don't have any plus and hammer, you know, so it's just. We're still fine, but we really could have been out of there at like 36 minutes. Which would have been much nicer.
I can't carry it.
Would have been much nicer. Okay. Not everything can be perfect.
Good day.
Still doing fine.
Good day.
This is hardcore, yes. Maybe a fast telestaff. Ooh, 149,000. Very unfortunate.
Perhaps I could trade this for something more valuable. can't carry anything.
Well, we almost have 21, which is nice. So at least the experience coming out there was good. We need a fast telestaff. A skip here would be great. I can, if I get a good waypoint, of course. I can go try and force something. With the experience shrine again, like we talked about before. I feel like a skip is unlikely. But we can see. Can afford a fast telestaff. Well, so telestaffs vary in price. We unfortunately had a telestaff that cost 150k. I can't afford that. But you could also get a telestaff that costs 17k. And we can't afford that. So don't be, oh my god. How many times am I gonna hit this map recently? Way too often we've had this terrible map.
I am overburdened.
Not that common. Okay. I don't think we have a skip. If we have a skip, I would be shocked based on what we've seen from the map. But I think we just have a 6 Great Marsh. It might even connect through right here to the Great Marsh. No. Whoa, there is a 5 right. Okay, nice. Didn't think we'd see it. But we will happily take it. Alright, we have shooters, which is annoying. Probably reset. Yeah, too many shooters, not enough soul killers. Or flares. Man, yeah, that's like... How's my eye doing? It's improving. Seems like the steroid has been helping it. Waypoint is not here. Remember, if there's a torch, a waypoint is a horch. Can you use loot filters for a speedrun? So this will be our waypoint, and this will be where we set into the experience shrine. Maybe also go shopping. It might just be time to do a little shop and try.
Yes.
9 all res, not quite. I kind of want a shop because while I only have 34k, we do have more we can hit. But I'm afraid I'll hit. Oh, that's broken? Wait, is it broken? Or is it about to be broken? I guess it is broken. So let's go repair. Yeah, we'll get Spirit Sword later, hopefully. But we'll see what happens. Okay, maybe we just try this. I guess we can also check that for Gem Shrine. Get a third one of those so we can roll one more time. One to Sanctuary. Well, it's money at least.
Moo.
Vermilion, thank you very much. The broadswords are not a high enough level yet to roll 4 sockets. Okay, a little bit unlucky here. This is a lot of failed shrines. When you keep finding gem shrines instead of experience shrines, I mean, what the heck? Finally, good lord, that was crazy unlucky. Now the real question is, can we get soul killers and flares? No. We have birds. We're just gonna hit the worst mob spawns ever. That's super awful.
Not enough money.
Dang, man. You hate to see that.
This blade shall pierce the heart of evil.
Shrines or spawns, pick one, yeah.
Not enough money.
You hate to see it.
Moo.
Thanks, Pew Pew. I don't even care. Run was making me mad.
Are you kidding?
That run was making me really mad.
Good day. Good day.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great start. The Act 2 started really well, and then
Good day.
the Maggot Lair, the Talrash's Tombs. We did get a flare skip, but
I will cleanse this
no plus
wilderness.
Blessed Hammers again. Just like couldn't put it together, you know. I mean, I should probably still just not,
Good day.
like, I should play smarter and not kill myself there, because you never know what happens with getting your runes. So I need to not be dumb like that. I can't let little things like no experience shrine for 7, you know, tries of 8 tries of 3 shrines.
Good day.
And then no mob spawns, you know, like I can't let that affect me
Good day.
because, you know, it's a minute, but like we still can have the run, right? Like,
Good day.
just need to be smarter.
Good day.
Looking for a good map start.
Good day.
I will cleanse.
It's hard
this
to roll even a
wilderness.
good starting map. Tough day.
Good day. Good day.
PD2 when? Day after Thanksgiving.
Good day. Good day. Good day. Good day.
I will cleanse this wilderness.
My goodness, you guys.
Good day.
What the heck is this? 5 hearts under 1 roof.
Good day. Good day.
Greetings. Wow.
I will
That took
cleanse this
forever to
wilderness.
roll a map. Alright, starting off. Chip gem. Let's find enough money I can save that gem. I haven't rolled plus Blessed Hammer really in a while on these runs. We had like 5 or 6 runs in a row, kind of in a row, you know, with some misses in the middle, where we were able to roll Blessed Hammer. +2, +2, +3, +1. But really nothing since then. I'm sad. I need cash. Oh, so much for the scepter, but we're good.
Evil dwells within this cave.
For sure. Yeah, the start of that last run was really nice. Pretty fast through Act 1, good experience. The Act 2 maps were solid. For the most part, till we got to like Magalair and stuff. And the tombs were horrible. But like the early stuff, the first 30 minutes of the run were stellar. I didn't see you. Okay, another chipped. Come on. Okay, hopefully that fallen stays up there and we can wrap around to him. Hello. No. I hate when you just barely drag. Barely get on the edge of the fallen and they come towards you. Then the shaman's so far away. This is hardcore. Hello. Died again? Yeah, I mean... I threw the run because I was mad at the run. But I shouldn't have thrown it because you gotta wait until Nightmare Countess. So much of the run's time depends on that. You can't throw the run before that.
Greetings.
So it was poor choices. Gotta be smarter than that. Hello, Veil of Steel. Hello, Michael. But that's okay. This one is the run. We are going to dedicate ourselves to this run. Don't see any shrines there. 2 to might. Maybe we'll roll some plus blessed hammers here too. I mean, I do want to continue on that straight path,
Impossible.
but I feel like we gotta give a check over here. I just like this more and more, but there we go. That starts to cut up.
I can't. I can't.
Oh boy. Wow, no way. Is that worth a reset?
I can't.
Holy
I
cow.
can't.
It's bad in the worst way.
Impossible.
Oh, it's
Are
level
you
2
kidding?
over there. That's crazy.
Impossible. I can't. I can't. I can't. Impossible.
I mean, there's don't reset until nightmare, and then there's draw the,
Impossible.
5% chance of happening at best. Probably even worse than that in map. Alright, that's fine.
I can't. I can't.
Pew pew, thank you very much for the sub. Let's go ahead and grab you. You're in the map terribly. I mean, I took a chance on, when you come to a go straight or turn right, and it doesn't seem like there's much of a left, a lot of times that leads you to say, okay, you want to go to the right of the way that map is. Because it's generally going to be in that way. The fact that it did a full U-turn to come back into level 2 is wild and very rare. So, it's not that I ran the map terribly. It's like in blackjack, right? That's literally how you have to think about map reading. So many people think about map reading as it's guaranteed. But you have to literally think about it like blackjack, where you can't look at the result. You can't say, oh wow, you hit on 18 and got a 3 and went 21, and so you won. Or, oh wow, you folded, with it. Like, you just have to play the odds. You have to say, yeah, on 16 I always hit, and sometimes I'm going to bust. But I can't not hit on 16. Mathematically, it tells me I have to hit on 16 every single time. So you always have to hit on 16 unless you're doing some sort of card counting and you're in a high count right now or something, and so then you can shift out of it. We're talking about map reading in Diablo 2. The fact that you just have to play the odds because you don't get guarantees with it, you just get ideas, essentially. So the idea is up here to the left of the way I come in is going to be the waypoint. I know the tile will always be left of the way I come in. However, that could mean it's behind me where it does a triple wraparound, you know? So... But I can't always run that way. That wouldn't make any sense. That'd be a terrible idea. Thanks, Dr. Skittles. 114 months. Jesus. Alright, we got some really, really nice stuff going here to help make up. So, like right here. Back here and up, but it could also be over there and up, you know? Like, that's just a 50-50. I am bound to get 15 chip gems this run. So I can force 5 rolls and get a blessed hammer. Wow. Guild Wars 1. I don't know if I ever played Guild Wars.
Hello.
Okay, we already got 7 gems, which is 9.
Yes.
So that's pretty nice. Well, 7 equals 9 because Andariel gives you a guaranteed 2. So I'm counting the guarantees in there. But it's 3 rerolls already, which is great. We're up to 10 chip gems now. We have a fantastic L-shaped boss. I mean, this is a great tower. This is a really, really nice tower with mobs and stuff.
I need a key.
Chips. Plus we have these, which have chip gems in them a lot of times. Now I do need runes. It's not great.
Good day.
We do need runes, however.
Moo.
GG Raging Spam with the Prime sub, reminding everybody that they may have a Twitch Prime sub available. You can use it here, you can use it somewhere else, just make sure that you use it. Ooh, double Goat Man boss.
Moo.
Thank you, Ives. So Tal Neff would technically get us there. It'd be a little slower, obviously, since we won't have the stealth immediately, but something. Chip, 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 chip. Couple champions. Let's just get a Tal Eth. That sound. Tal tier. Not quite.
Good day.
Okay, Neff tier. Chip, chip.
Well,
Oh, there's another chip. For the mana.
Moo.
We're definitely running out of time for these. Let's just go. Prof Wacky, thank you. So we need Neff or Eth. Both of them will do. Come on. Come on. Try and just do like a rescue mission on this run here really fast. Rune, okay. It's not great. We're a little slow, but it is something, and we do have a lot of things here to make it okay. That's fantastic. 2 sockets. Tal Eth. Okay.
Even the light cannot pierce this gloom.
It's not ideal, but it's maybe good enough to last us a little bit. Let's get the imbue. Oh. Not the tile I was expecting there.
This will help the sisters turn the tide against evil.
All this is going to be saved with an amazing plus Blessed Hammers roll. Because we're taking all this time. I think we're up to 4 rolls now. 5, and then an imbue. So like 5 rolls.
This is no place for a warrior.
5 chances at Blessed Hammer. After not having rolled it for a while. No. An imbue does not keep whatever was on it prior, so. Malice, snatch, and grab. I know, poor Smith. I'll make weapons. Where are you going?
There is great evil here.
Come back here. Poor buddy, you know. Okay, level 2. It's like there's something right here. It's either a waypoint. I assumed that was going to be the waypoint. Just based on map. Vampires are a great experience, but an absolute nightmare of a mob to try and go chase down. Oh wow, okay, so let's just walk. Holy Bolt's actually so cheap for mana. It's amazing. The imbue we're gonna try and hit plus Blessed Hammer.
Hello.
Yes?
Good day.
Trash boots. But better than what I got. It's fine enough. I mean, I do love Chance for Frost Nova gloves. Let's go ahead and use those. Even though I'm not sure I have enough money or I could really afford those. I guess we can sell Ith Nef Nef to try and get a little bit more cash.
Not here.
Oh baby, you've got what I need. And they say it's Blessed Hammer, because I know it's Blessed Hammer. Oh baby, you've got Blessed Hammer on your scepter base today. I'm excited, I can tell you. You just gotta will it into existence.
Giant on Fire became a member.
Thanks, Gyre on Fire. I really need some cash. Was that an angel singing or llama? You're so sweet. It was an angel. I guess I have this +2 to Might Scepter on my offhand. That is maybe worth a little bit of cash. Actually, I'm not certain how much it's going to sell for, but probably not a lot, but maybe it's like, you know, 1,500, 2,000. No, that was Pete Davidson singing. Okay, I'll show you Pete Davidson singing.
Where can I take you?
A Llama Raptor. Wow, thank you, Gurgle.
Good day.
Let's see, 3,600. Yeah, that's good enough. I mean, I need the cash, so.
How may I help you?
I need the dough. Okay. Holes right there. Didn't need to go further down there. We knew that was what it was. Oops. Any new D2R content coming soon? I mean, not that I know of. It seems unlikely. Let's just say that. Is there, you know, always a chance? Sure.
Light guide my way.
I don't think I have really shrines to go check. I do have a double shrine in the Black Marsh. Well, this is not good. This does just turn up into here, though. So we can go around that. Seems like a wraparound map, but maybe it goes up and then over. Wow, up and then over. Okay. Not a great map.
Good
day. Thanks, Gurgle. I mean, yeah, you know, we've had some good attempts at it. I would definitely say my earlier runs, I was hitting Blessed Hammer and things like that easier. In these later runs, I've actually been running better, but I've been getting more unlucky with just, you know, putting stuff together. Like, whenever you watch a world record speedrun, something you'll sit there and find yourself often saying is, wow, that's so lucky. Because a lot of times you have to be very skilled in it, but you also have to get some luck along the way. Oh, wow, they rolled plus Blessed Hammer. Oh, hey, look, there's, you know, whatever there with how the great maps they got. They first made arcade everything, right? Like, the more and more that you have of all these things, the more it is likely to be. Hey, they got 3 flare skips, right? Just naturally you're gonna have those kinds of things. Cool. Wow, they had experience shrines left and right. So there is just an amount of luck that you kind of want to look for on those, and oh my god. Frankly, the runs I've been running recently haven't had them. Even though I've been running them pretty well, I've had a couple of good chances. They just weren't quite there. So now we are trying to get there with them. And I mean, look at all these chip gems we've got again. Like, it'd be pretty crazy. With all these chip gems to just not have anything. First way. Tal Eth, Jesus. Let's actually go ahead and pick up that experience shrine for a second way. Okay, time-wise, we're a little slow right now. Just a little bit. Maps took a little longer than desired. Okay, not second way. Hopefully third way. Rune again. It's actually funny because when you have a run like this that'll drop like Tal Eth, you know, right here. That's actually like one of those, oh yeah, a perfect run. You just kind of go forward and get your Tal Eth right as you're running through. But it's so hard to do. There's no, you can't like bank on it. I have not tried Arc Raiders, no. Please, third way. Okay, good. Alright, third way it is. Is this hardcore? Pretty nice, actually. 1925.
Yes.
Actually, don't have a ton of cash, so I kind of want to get some cheap ones. Let's try one more, and then we have to respec. Respec.
Good day.
Focus. Cheap buys. 2230 is a maybe. 2230. Oh, I have this ring mail to sell. That's right. Okay. One to resist lightning. Okay. Two to resist lightning. Two to blessed aim.
What's up, YouTube?
10 to mana. That's not great. 2 to zeal. Ah, boy, oh boy. That is really not good.
I think the right portion can cure.
Just can't hit hammers to save my life. We try and try and try. Just doesn't work. Okay. Not even really good money. Like, resist lightning? That's not good money at all. So, it's unfortunate. Decent maggot lair.
Your presence honors me.
Hello.
Swap casting does not, it just changes the animation, like what it looks like and stuff, but the idea would still be that the hammers, it doesn't shoot hammers out in a straight path. You would just not see the hammers, you would see the holy bolts going, but hammers would be spinning in a circle. It wouldn't like change anything for you. Okay, I really need Duriel to drop me money. I am very broke. Man, I can't believe how lame that was. No blessed hammer. Nice tomb. Yeah, I mean the ending there was not bad. Not a lot of cash dropped, so that's a little sad. 2 to mana per kill.
Greetings.
Oh boy, I mean I am very broke.
Impossible.
Thought I had a 2-socket helm. Let's go try and get one, I guess, really fast. Buy a second one for a lore later on.
Hello.
Explosive arrow, yeah. I guess I can start selling things as I need for cash with the scepters, so. But I still just need cash anyways. Cavern. Hopefully we get a good cavern. It's a great cavern. Best cavern that exists. Two, three, four. Five. Six. Solid. Okay, we have one more roll. One more roll to get our hammers.
This blade shall pierce the heart of evil. I am overboard. Perhaps I could trade this for something more valuable.
Yeah, we did a third way this time. Okay, sure. Telestaff, no. One, two, three. Big money, no whammies. 2 to concentration. Required level 24. It's something potentially. Yeah, D2R became faster in speedrunning just because you added like spirit and stuff in.
Devo Brennan gifted a tier 1 sub to Dory89.
Thank you, Devo. Very sweet of you. Plus a lot of skills got buffed, like for this character. Thank you. Holy Bolt got a buff.
You never put my game on your list.
Which one? Oh, the Cult of the Lamb.
No.
Hom? Wait, there was another agreement for that? I thought the agreement was for... Oh my god. Player level 3? You just have to know the maps.
I keep starting my Javas and see you playing Hin, and then rethink my life choices. Hi Moo.
Thank you, Binary. It's not a great flare jungle.
I am overburdened.
It's unfortunate. Probably should have reset. Come join the Din party. I mean, Javazon's also great to play through. We did get a marsh skip, so that was nice. Yeah, I'm just like really low on experience here. Boy. I don't even think I want to fight them though. Let's fight some Protoss and, I mean, 8s. There's 3 fixed maps for level 3. No, there's more than 3. There's like 9 or 10. Maybe 12. Something around there. There's a good chunk. Okay, telestaff for 46k. Perfect. So let's go here. Yeah, I've enjoyed some PoE too. I wrote a couple guides. If you go to PoE Vault, the Deadeye Ranger, oops, check out my skill shrine, and the Lightning Fury-ish style Javazon in mine.
I am overburdened.
We got the norm record, but now we need the hell record.
I need blood. Impossible.
Really? What sucks is I'm not even close to 24 yet. Telestaff is out of the question, really. Could be a center map. Guess we will have to kill here. Yeah, I think I'll play the Boson. Give her a try. Oh, that's why.
I am overburdened.
Okay, we got a little cash now.
Good day. Yes.
Yeah, I guess. Please cut up over here and don't be an inside map. Good. These bats are like so annoying, but God, I really need experience. Try and get at least something killed off of them. Experience trying for Travis nice? Not really. Just because they'll just curse it off. Oh, nice. We were able to get there before the curse. You and you. And you. Let's just get a boss group. Here we go. Keep the shrine rolling. No, the shrine wore off. Unfortunate. Okay, well, we are gonna have to figure that one out.
My brothers have escaped you.
Ow.
The Lord of Hatred shall darken the world no longer.
Good Act 3. It's really hard to save time in this Act 3 world record. So.
Hail to you, champion.
Okay, what are we gonna do for experience though? We are well below where we need to be. Telly staff is level 24. I'm not even 24 yet. I'm about 2/3 of a level behind right now. So we may just have to rush back to the Flare Jungle and or rush back to yeah, we're technically ahead, but we're behind on experience, so we're probably close to even. Don't really have great shrines. but we just have to do with what we got, you know. Got a couple shrines in the Black Marsh. The value of getting an early Amrune and Soul Rune is like so high. I think this has to be done. Holy cow. That worm would not get off of it. Fortunate. Okay, let's see if we can just do... This plus this arena kill should probably be enough.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Okay, that'll do it. So, yeah, a little bit of time loss, gonna income there. But we had to pick that experience up somewhere. Go down to players 1. I don't know why I went players 8 here. But we'll pick up extra experience, I guess. Isn't the worst thing. Going ahead with low resist is spooky. It is, but, you know, it's one of those things you just have to, like, do, right? Like, so many times you die when you're cursed, or you die when you have low resist. And everybody's like, why didn't you go to town and take it off? And it's like, because you can't. If I went to town every single time I was low resisted, I'd never run. Or I was cursed, you know? I would never have a run at any point. You can't break the record like that. So it really, you know, it's unfortunate. But so you have to play. You have to play with some risk. You have to have low life sometimes. Like
Diablo's death and
hatchet, blade, blade. Whoa, 30 faster run walk. Oh my goodness, those boots. Good lord, with MF and dual res too? Those boots are insane.
hello.
Those are like the best boots I've ever found off Diablo. Literally god tier boots. Okay, so we lost a little bit of time there. Maybe like a minute more than I was hoping. 35, 45 seconds more than I was hoping to lose. I knew we would lose sometime because we went back and farmed, but I guess we did do Flare and then Serena and stuff. So. It's a little sad because this run, like, fast Pharaonic boots are okay, but they're not quite as good. Like, finding those on a Druid run or something would be insane. But, I mean, it's like, you know, you also could just find Sanders boots or Hisaris or Treads or whatever, and it's, you know, like the same idea. So it's not that big of a deal. But I do love the dual res on them. And the Magic Find's helpful. That should give us one or two, like, sets or uniques later on. At least, not more. Could be really helpful.
Prerogative is free of your kind, demon.
Okay, so we want a Pally Shield. And we want a sword. I run through the middle instead of up the right. Because I can tell you if it gets into a nasty spot. And up the right's got a couple boss blocks anyways. Is that too much to ask for? Just a 45 all res, 4 open socket shield? Is that really too much? Let us out. Let's go ahead and sell some stuff.
Good afternoon.
Just in case. Okay. We'll go ahead and grab scroll. Let's go. We won't choose ancients in with the paladin. Paladin doesn't do ancients cheats. Cheats.
Not enough money.
You just have to make sure that you watch Maddock, and then you just do like 2 hammers before running off and casting again quickly. And then the ancients go down pretty quick. Like 2 minutes or something. You can sleepwalk your way through the game with Paladin. You say that, but speedrunning Paladin's actually kind of tough. Mostly because you're not running max block. And it almost... I am very close to shifting into some sort of like 1 point Holy Shield max block strats with it, just to give that a try and see how it goes. Dislike.
The summit.
I think the biggest issue most people have, Paladin, like casual play, is he's a little funky with like his positioning. It'd be hard to like actually hit dudes. Feel like you should be and stuff. Plus you have to be up close on them. Whereas a lot of people are like, oh, I'd rather be Lightning Fury Jav where I can keep my distance, or Sorceress or something, you know. Come on, man. If that was waypoint, That was really gonna suck, because that would have been really hard to figure out where the next spot was. Some tough maps there. Okay, boots coming soon. It's boot time. Let's go, baby. Love these boots. Solid. Sub 115. Hopefully. Or right around 115.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
Good split. Good split.
Salutations.
Saigons, take a shot. Mercenaries dying cost a lot.
Good day.
Let's go, baby. Only 6 TP charges remaining.
I will cleanse this wilderness. Not enough mana.
Still no bases, no sword, no shield. Very unfortunate. Double Shrine under Cold Plains is pretty sick if I want it. Oh my god. Burial grounds? Yeah. If we can get something I've noticed, is if we can hit a couple more levels, like 34, when we go into the tower, it's way more, it's super helpful. It's supposed to be in like 32 or 31 in there. We'll see what happens, but that would be ideal. I don't love this map doing this. I hate everything about this so much, I think I'm gonna abort it. That's just gonna dead end over there to the second. Level 2. Ow. Okay. Longsword, broadsword, crystal sword, pally shield. If Rakanishu has a crystal sword, then we need to go there. I don't really want to fight archers. That's such a far distance, though, to go. I guess it's worth it. I do believe Rakanishu is for certain. Yeah, just as if I don't get a pally shield, but there's no guarantees on pally shields here for sure.
Good day.
Let's reset. See if we can get a experience shrine at Cold Plains. Beautiful.
I will cleanse this wilderness.
Move.
That's a strong curse. So we need need to say thank you very much to LOL. Very kind. And we need... extra fast, extra strong, a little scary. But right here, this level is very important to get. Not just like this exact level, but like I was saying, once you get like 34, 35, it starts to feel more natural in the tower. Your damage kind of starts to get up to something better. But at level 33, 32 even, there it's really feeling weak. And I don't have any plus skills, so I really could also use some help there. Okay, we have an armor rack. Good to know. Still need a pally shield. Field plate. Alright, Soul Am. Nice and easy. Soul Am here, baby. Tal. Not quite.
Good day.
I mean, that should not...
Hello.
That should not give me plus,
I will cleanse
whatever.
this wilderness.
like 6 sockets on that crystal sword or whatever. That should be 4 sockets. Unless someone can double check and see what is Rakinishu's level. Jesus. 2 to passive and magic skills. Sure. 6 energy, 53 mana. That's a lot of mana. I would lose some fire res. Maybe okay. He's monster level 40. Okay, so we're good then. We are good. Even if it's a minion, they're also 40, so. We're out of charges, okay. Let's go repair next. Talon Gladius. Not the runes we want.
Good day.
1 to concentration. 1 to concentration with sanctuary. I don't even think that's worth it.
I will cleanse this wilderness.
It's a health shrine above. Doll rune, come on. We gotta get these runes, man. We gotta get these runes.
Overburdened.
No, we rolled the crown shield, but it rolled blue. How disappointing. How disappointing. Alright, Amthol, let's go. So far our runes have been Tal rune, and no rune. That is some whack.
The order welcomes you.
Oh my goodness. I think we found nothing on part normal of this run as well, or was that last run? Whew, jeez, man. That's not good stuff.
I will cleanse this wilderness.
I almost wonder if it is worth resetting just into an experience run there. Just don't want to get cursed immediately, you know. Amrun. Tarj. Here we go. Pally Shield. Got. Doesn't have any res on it, but it is technically a Pally Shield. Let's check for the Crown Shield again. And Crown Shield as well. Also nothing. 2 duds. They are shields. Fort Dole. Jesus.
Good day.
Alright, nothing's gonna matter if we can't pick up runes here, though, you know?
I will cleanse this wilderness.
Ain't nothing gonna matter. Soul Rune. Okay, so lore has come online.
I am overburdened.
Guess I should have just tell it.
Are you looking for Iodol?
No. No Iodol. Amthol. Sure. Fifth.
Good day.
Okay, Wort, Soul, Tal, blank, Ort, Am, Tal, Ral, Tal. So we're one Ral short right there.
Good to see you.
Okay, I mean, that's good. That's half of it.
I will cleanse this wilderness.
So if we get one more Ral, we have another Ort. Or we have one Ort, I suppose. So I would need Ort, Ral, Barthol. You could make an argument for holding that Ort rune instead of putting it in, but I think the lore is just helpful anyways, and on the way it's good, so it's like, let's play for finding the Thol rune. Lore's a great one. Rune. 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 Ah, Tear Soul.
Good day.
Dirty fire res, heck yeah.
I will cleanse this wilderness.
Another experience shrine. Okay. I mean, we're gonna need some help here. Gonna need some help from the game. Whew. Come on. Rune. We got the IO.
Good day.
Okay, we have an Ort, we have IO Shale, Tier Eth, that's all trash.
Yes.
Oh my god, we found IO Dole before we found Amthol.
Oh, come on!
All you can say to that is, oh, come
Cleanse
on.
this wilderness.
It's ridiculous.
Not enough mana.
So now one Ral plus one Ort would also work, Ral Ort and or just find the Thol rune. There we go. Thol rune is here. Alright. It took too long, but it technically is here. Let's use our garbage shield for sockets. %.
Yes.
We have a lot of cash, so that is nice.
Even the light cannot pierce this gloom. This is no place.
So it's time to really just move. We're pretty high leveled. We're high moneyed. But we're high on time too, so that took way too long. Oh boy, that's annoying. Okay, there we are. Come on.
There is great evil here.
Level 2 Karma. Thank you very much. It's a 30 bones.
Did you know that in Noita, every single pixel is simulated with physics? This required the developer to create their own custom game engine to support it. Shout out to Mr. Llama SC Gameathon.
Thank you, Karma. I did not know. That's pretty crazy, I'm not gonna lie. I said my cover classic game. Oh, thank you very much. Is it on Steam?
My work here is finished.
Perfect.
Good day.
Yep, Gameathon will have Noita. It actually starts with Noita. So.
It is an honor to serve you.
Need mods on high alert to prevent backseating. It's a high backseating game. You can make sure to put in no backseating in the title. I guess check over here first. Oh, wait. Oh. Never mind, I got backwards. Ignore me. It's in the title. People should listen. Exactly. Who wouldn't ever read the title and listen? That doesn't sound like anybody I know. Do I have any rejuice? I don't feel like I remember saving that many rejuice on this run. Level 1, jank level 2, but it was so jank it wasn't that bad to figure out. Is hardcore.
Well,
Okay, 16 of those left. Towel ring. So if I'm trying to think, we have Tal, Ort. Am I still an Ort short? So we need to find like Am plus Ort root or
Light
something.
guide my way in this accursed place.
Oh boy. Jank into more jank. This is not great. I actually feel like it's this way. Wow. That's so jank.
The light can never be extinguished by you.
Good day.
There is no six-bow greyhelm.
Greetings.
This surely is the product of a twisted mind.
greetings.
Okay, you're there, you're there, you're here. Yeah, not a lot of rejuves.
Chancellor.
Your presence honors me.
Oh, hi.
This surely is the product of a twisted mind.
Good day.
Come on.
Good day.
This surely is the product of a twisted mind.
Third way. Okay, pretty good act 2. I need 20 FCR ones.
I can carry it.
Does for world record have to be first way? No, it's just nice, you know. Just nice to have.
Good day.
Don't want to spend 100 grand on it. Dude, I have no rejuves. What the heck? Usually I have like 30 rejuves by now. TM hacks, thank you. Okay, 3. Four. 5. 6. Something here. Great Marsh.
I can carry it.
Three. Guess we can go players 8. Hope it goes. Nope. Son of a gun. You know, actually, seeing this 3 right here and it not being and that cutting over, that means it has to be there. Something I didn't think about.
Heard you're against vaccines and Tylenol because of the HC speedrunning philosophy on life. Can you describe again how your kids earn their vaccines?
I am overburdened.
How they earn their vaccines. It's messed up, man.
I am overburdened.
A lot of rejuves right there. I like it. Rejuve. I'll leave the jade figurine alone. Amran would be a really, really clutch find here.
I can't carry it.
Am I supposed to have a TP back? No, the waypoint's right here. Or not waypoint, the what do you call it? It's right here. Good. Dungeon, etc.
This blade shall pierce the heart of evil.
Not quite. Dang.
Good day.
Unfortunate. Oh, my shield. Whew.
Thank.
Oof. Hi, Moo. Okay, no dying in the dungeon just because you want a little experience.
Not enough modifiers. I can't carry it. I am overburdened.
Bazaar time. Spirit Shrine. Those dudes can hit. They have got some damage. Whoa! Holy cow. I want the Kuros, but I don't want that. The worst part is you have to be really careful not to accidentally hit. If you cast a hammer there, you die. Such a delicate game. Soul Rune. That is almost, but not quite. So many souls. Multiple souls and shales in this run. We just could not put it together. Gorgeous, whatever you call it though there. 20 FCR for way too much money. 1 to pally skills for way too much money. Sheesh, man. Yeah, 20 all res. Hammy with energy. It's pretty bad.
Moo.
Moo. Come on, game. Thank you. Thank you, Lucone 81. Yeah, very, very nice Amy. Really, just a 20 FCR one to do a lot for us. Or even +1 pally skills there.
The Lord of Hatred shall darken the world no longer.
Hail to you, champion.
Russet armor.
Hail to you, champion.
I am so rich right now. Let's go. We got the really nice map. Now where is Isual though? We got souls. I'm missing Izzy. Tough easy spawn, but it's okay. We had a nice City of the Danged, and all the other maps were really good, so.
What do you need?
10 FCR with 1 to Blessed Hammer. That is something.
What do you need?
I need 10 more FCR now to actually get to the breakpoint, though. No Spirit Sword. Gotta find another Amarune. And technically Thal as well, but... Is there WASD in Diablo 2? No, they tried to implement it. It was really broken. They removed it and have not ever put it back in since then. Yeah, one 10 FCR ring would be super nice. I don't really want to be the Ami because I'd be super sad if we had to lose the 20 all-res prismatic we have. Modified trophy and Avenger Guard over there.
I am overburdened.
Circlet. Swap the Ami for 10 more FCR. I mean, I'd have to, but I don't want to. If that makes sense, you know? But I think I'm kind of required to, almost.
Greetings.
We are banging with money. I mean, at this point, we just gotta go. You just, in Nightmare and Hell, especially in Hell. In Hell, if you're just anywhere near him, the lightning won't hit you. In Nightmare, if you are really right up on him, you gotta really get up in his junk, then you're safe. Man, if this run just had an Amarune. Like a second one, I mean. Or even just the first one a lot earlier. We'd be really cooking. We could be like -10, -11 easy. Ring, FCR, come on. Oh.
Is free of your kind.
God, I need... Even a 10 FCR would do something here. Just gotta push. Just gotta push a little. Ow. Come on.
The summit. The
repair.
barbarian holy ground.
Don't love cold enchant and lightning enchant, but okay, time to focus a little bit, chat.
Moo.
My man.
What up, cystoscopy? So I apologize for ignoring you guys a little bit more for the next X amount of time. No dolls, I'm happy. Souls would be fine in Nightmare. In Hell, I really don't want souls. Souls, dolls, and unravelers. Fine, good. None of those. Possible. Do with wave 3. players. 5.
I can't carry you.
Don't love the cursed. Crap me. Come on, baby.
You shall no longer taint this mortal realm.
Yes?
I mean, at this point, the M rune's probably toast. What I need is an experience shrine
I will cleanse
and some
this
good
wilderness.
bosses.
What's up, YouTube?
Or not the worst bosses there. That's one. That I can pick up on the way. Okay. Champions are a no-go, not gonna do enough. Oh no. More archers, no. 56. Dang, those are great boss groups right there, but nah, you know, we can't stop to play with those.
Moo.
Champions there. Thanks, Zarth. I did not realize those were all champions. It's a little bit annoying.
Even the light cannot pierce this gloom.
I don't need a base. I just need to go. Not have failed tellies everywhere.
This is no place for a warrior to die.
Okay, so that we have 57. Pretty good.
There is great evil here.
Nope, I don't know why I did that. Terrible teleport. Okay.
Good day.
It's unfortunate. Pretty trashy drops, but what you gonna do? Okay. We just need a little bit of luck at this point. I'm talking just like a great march skip here. Maybe a second way even. No souls, dolls in the throne. Maybe like no pike women. Lancers, you know, on level 1. Just like a couple little minor details. That's all we need right now. Don't need the world. Just something. This is very bad. Okay. Whew. Not the best map so far, Act 2. Kind of fourth way in all the outside areas. Another one. Unlucky. It's okay. Good Claw Viper.
Light guide my way in this accursed place.
Good day.
These are not exactly the spawns that I'm hoping for right now. A little scary. A lot of amp damage from auras. Little bit scary.
This surely is the product of a twisted mind.
Yeah, that's a way to skip talking to Drognin right there.
Greetings.
Okay. bottom left now.
Yes?
This surely is the product of a twisted mind.
Good day.
Oh, hi.
Where we go? Third way so far.
This surely is the product of a twisted mind.
Why that would unset. Third, fourth. Remember, I was like, ooh, let's just get a little bit lucky.
This surely is the product of a twisted mind.
The game would just give us a little bit of luck. Everything could be great. Remember that? You guys remember? Dang, I'm actually down a ton of cash. Just too many teleports. Way too many things like fourth ways and stuff. I do need some thawing potions or I'm gonna get absolutely blasted.
Hello.
How may I help you?
Trying, man. Those are some just bad maps all the way through.
Greetings.
Greetings. Yes?
Spooters.
I can't carry any.
Not looking good. Just no souls, please. It actually put us in early. That kind of sucks. The down and across was actually over here. But we're okay. Let's go back really fast.
Good day.
And 4 open socket thresher, huh? Can I leave a TP? Yeah.
Thank.
I mean, hey, we didn't get a skip, but we did get no souls in the marsh, so even though it was a bad, like, tricky marsh that we had, could have been worse. Could have been worse. That was good enough, you know. I wish you got gold when you charged over it.
I need a key. I need a key. I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
Try and do a little super chesting right there. See if we can just get some money. That's okay.
these Hierophants are really annoying right now. Rune.
I am overburdened.
I think we sold our nefts though, huh?
I am overburdened. Good day. Good day.
Oops. Go back my art rune. Okay. For the strength. Shoot, shoot, shoot. This is so messy.
Hello.
Need rejuves. That's so crazy. So many of the runs, like every single run, I always have an excess of rejuves. This run. We do not. I really need this curse off, man. Seriously, how long am I gonna be cursed for? Sheesh. Ow.
Yes.
Alright, Mephisto's being a little rowdy. I need him to settle in a little bit. Yeah. Nope. He's not gonna settle at all.
Are you kidding?
He was just like really shotgunning a lot.
Oh, come on!
Is this hardcore?
Charge bolt.
He went Frost Nova Charge Bolt, like hit Frost Charge. I mean, maybe for Mephisto, I just have to play the distance game. One charge bolt, and you're just insta dead. It was a good attempt of a run, but I was on 48 FCR. No plus blessed hammer, slow spirit. You know, again, the same crap we've been dealing with all the time. Third way, fourth way. Like, you know, you just
It's hard, man. You gotta push. I mean, no Blessed Hammer until I eventually shopped one forever ago, you know. Or at the end. So, there was I mean, it was a really nice normal still, 114. Nightmare just took too long on the spirit. Plain and simple. You know, like. All right, let's watch the modernization of Diablo. A guy named Pupsup made a video here, and I watched a little bit. I thought it was pretty good. Let's enjoy this while we eat our apple.
The Diablo series has been a staple in my game library for almost 30 years. And over that time, each installment has played a very different role in my gaming history. Diablo 1 was my first time experiencing meaningful character progression and a freely explorable town hub, with memories of my first butcher kill and playing on Battle.net permanently seared into my brain.
Oh yeah.
Its sequel, Diablo 2 and Lord of Destruction, is likely the game that I've spent the most hours playing in my life, outside of World of Warcraft, of course, regularly returning to the game every few years since its release. Though Diablo 3 wasn't an ideal successor, partially due to my own expectations, I still have fond memories of smashing my head through Inferno on release, and pursuing build-defining drops, like Greer Falcon's Foot and the Jenkum board. And Diablo 4, despite my sincerest efforts to enjoy it, was one of the least engaging games I've played in recent memory. But the game has some areas of surprisingly strong execution. The music, the art, and some other features are relatively strong. But it embellished some of the features of Diablo 3 that I didn't love, like loot frequency and excessive player power. And it also introduced new designs, like creature scaling and auto navigation.
This is what it looks like.
Which pushed Diablo 4 further away from the gameplay
This
that
looks so
defined the
much
series'
better.
roots, and I don't think that's a good thing. Diablo 4 is an important showcase for how strong execution from multiple departments, which can be very difficult to achieve, by the way, can be overridden by foundational design choices to produce a game experience that just feels meaningless. For me, that is. What was a series founded on cautiously exploring dangerous dungeons now features auto-navigation to a map marker on a warp speed pony. What was once a game with clear progression relative to increasingly challenging creatures now features scaling game systems that produce an effectively flat difficulty curve. Where once there were fewer, more meaningful gear upgrades, there is now a deluge of meaningless upgrades that have little to no functional impact on gameplay. What was once a game where the environment was used to control enemy numbers because of player vulnerability is now about jumping into the middle of large packs of enemies and spamming flashy cooldowns. You get the idea. In this analysis of the Diablo franchise, I'm going to be comparing the systems, features, and campaign experiences of Diablo 1 and 4, dipping into Diablo 2 and 3 occasionally. To help with the
It really, like, those are already such great things he touched on with it. The auto-scaling, the mass loot just being meaningless. And then I really like how he touched on the combat where in Diablo 1 and even Diablo 2, you want to be like away from the mobs. There's like fear of mobs. But then in 3 and 4, it's literally just jumping right in the center of every single pack and just doing a bunch of cooldown spells.
Standing
So
and appreciation of how much the series' core designs have shifted over the years. We're going to start the retrospective by looking back at Diablo 1 and some of its core designs, touching on what made it great, what were some of its flaws, and most importantly, we'll establish a foundation for our analysis of Diablo 4. In part 2 of this series, we'll start our assessment of Diablo 4. We'll look at how modernizing the series has stripped it of much of the tension and meaningful gameplay that the series has built its name on. And I know that Diablo 4 changes and maybe even improves after you've done the campaign and reached the end game. But we're focusing on the campaign because it's generally the most expensive content to develop, and it's the first X hours of a game that all players have to experience. And yeah, it might be silly to compare two games which were released nearly
Except
30 years
skip
apart
campaign button.
and are separated by multiple sequels. Game series change over time, sometimes dramatically, and that's okay. D2 and D3 show the design bridges that connect Diablo 1 and Diablo 4. But when someone enjoys playing the original game in a series for the first time in over 20 years, more than they enjoyed the latest installment, I think it's worth examining why. Is it just nostalgia? Or is there something else going on? What did the developers of each game think made for good combat, quests, loot, exploration, narrative? And how has that perspective changed over time? These are all things we'll explore in this series. But if you enjoy Diablo 4, that's great. Sincerely, I don't think you're wrong for liking it or disagreeing with me on every criticism I make in my design analysis.
A little bit.
This is simply an assessment about how, for my taste, the series has devolved over time. So, come on, join me in an exploration into a franchise that was founded on this and has been modernized into this.
This is just like dopamine! Dopamine!
One of the top-selling PC games of 1997, Diablo is the story of a lone adventurer, unless you're playing online, and their journey through Tristram, attempting to unravel the mysteries about the evil that is afflicting the town and its inhabitants, slaying the avatars of that evil along the way. Diablo is the benchmark against which many future ARPGs were measured, with original reviewers of the title highlighting, quote, elegant simplicity of an action game and the addictive storyline of an adventure game with the personalization and exploration of an old-school RPG, with the review moving on to praise the replayability value and the loot system. With slower-paced gameplay, compared to modern Diablo at least, aspects of resource management, and some of its visual and audio theming reminiscent of a horror game, Diablo is able to impart a feeling of vulnerability on the player. At least on me. The player isn't an all-powerful being carving through packs of demons with ease, unless you research game guides. They're an adventurer who often moves slower than their enemies, has limited potions, can be stun-locked, the player doesn't have a 100% chance to hit their enemy, and they're not supported by a generous and automatic checkpoint system. Although these features can certainly be annoying, when they're all taken together, they're able to make moments like this, where you unexpectedly run into a pack of powerful enemies, genuinely tense. And that tension, when combined with resource management, player vulnerability, and atmosphere, makes Diablo occasionally feel like a survival or horror game, instead of a high-action RPG. One of my most vivid memories of gaming as a child was watching my older brother playing through Diablo online with a friend, who was walking him through the game for his first playthrough. When he came across the butcher's room, the nerdy teenager opened the door just for a second to trigger the before slamming the door immediately and then moving on. Despite being highly overgeared for the encounter, the game's systems and atmosphere made that encounter genuinely frightening and intimidating enough to actually avoid for a young teenager.
God, it's so scary.
But even as an adult, playing through the game with some vague memories of its content, it's still able to create some startling, if not tense moments, like the first time I ran into a rhino guy, or this abnormally agile goat. The tension that the game is able to produce was not necessarily because the game is dark and spooky, although it is. There's tension because survival is far from guaranteed. Unlike modern Diablo, encounters aren't necessarily tuned to be survived head-on, so the player needs to find a way to survive them. And things like the player's movement speed, or lack thereof, are important factors in that tension and vulnerability.
Please, no kill.
Diablo limits the player's movement speed to walking, unless you're teleporting. There's no run, there's no rolling or dodging, and it can be frustratingly slow when exploring large areas, backtracking, or returning to town. Though it can be easy to say that movement speed as slow as Diablo 1's is just bad design, it does serve an important gameplay purpose.
Yeah.
To illustrate that, let's have a little look at some survival horrors, action horrors, whatever they're called, like Resident Evil 4 or Dead Space. Those games create a lot of their gameplay tension through limiting the player's movement speed and mobility, much like Diablo 1 does. Whereas Diablo 4's combat would look a little bit more like this version of Resident Evil 4. More on that later. By limiting the player's movement speed and introducing features like hit stuns, Diablo 1 is able to create some additional layers of gameplay complexity that wouldn't necessarily be present if the player had higher mobility relative to their enemies.
Exactly, Korean.
This plays a vital role in combat and how the player approaches encounters, especially for melee characters. Many of the creatures in Diablo 1 move as quickly as you do. This makes one consider how you will approach different creature compositions, how you might have to outmaneuver them using the environment, how you can use the environment to limit the number of creatures you're going to fight at one time.
I'm
or
so
how to
sad
corner or cluster
that
them
in
together.
all of the new games,
These are considerations I
environments
rarely
are
found myself
completely
having to make
irrelevant
while playing Diablo 4.
in the combat.
Though the slower speed of movement does introduce some interesting
Diablo 1 and
strategic
Diablo 2,
considerations, it also comes with quite a few
it's
issues.
so important.
The player's
having
movement speed can
doors
put
and
melee
walls
characters
and
at
all
an
this stuff.
extreme disadvantage when fighting ranged enemies,
And then
as the enemies will
D3,
flee from
D4,
melee
PoE,
attacks,
whatever.
but not from ranged
It
attacks.
doesn't matter.
This results in some terribly
Environment is
frustrating,
nothing.
drawn-out encounters comprised of mostly chasing down your target, landing a single hit, if you're lucky, and then chasing them down some more. So there are ways around this, like building a melee character that has enough dexterity to use a bow, or enough magic to use Stone Curse. But because there is no way to reallocate spent stat points, it's impossible to make these pivots later in the game. You have to plan for these diversified builds from the outset of your adventure. And if you didn't, too bad. You're going to be doing a lot of chasing. Diablo's combat has some other contentious features, like chance to hit, which grossly devalues the strength stat. The game also features hit stuns, another system that, while annoying, adds some layers of complexity to the game.
So many games don't
you
have
can't
hit
always
stuns
just
now,
walk
too.
away from a dangerous encounter in Diablo.
Awful.
If you're not careful, it's very easy to find yourself getting stun locked or being unable to walk away from an encounter. Some other features, which may be considered unnecessary friction to some modern gamers, include things like item durability, town portal scrolls, item identification scrolls, recovering your body to get your gear back, manually refilling your potion belt, and inventory management.
Literally all things that have been removed in like modern RPGs. Just anything that's difficult. Anything that adds any difficulty, any friction whatsoever is just gone. Like, oh. Durability. You don't like durability? Durability allows for ethereal items to exist in Diablo 2 and all of the really cool things that you get to have with that. Durability is fantastic. And maybe every now and then you got to go back to town to repair. It's like so sad, but I mean, it's so true, but it's so sad. This is all stuff that's like, they remove friction because somebody complains about friction, and they go, if somebody's complaining about friction, they're leaving the game, they're not spending money on a microtransaction. So we need to make it so they stay in the game, no friction, they get to the end, and they spend more money on microtransactions. But then the games all feel the
These
same
are
and they
systems
all
that the
suck.
player has to remain mindful of, and have very real implications for gameplay, because poor planning can have some pretty significant outcomes, like being stranded in a dungeon if you don't have any portals, losing all your gear if you can't safely get back to your body in multiplayer, or permanently destroying an important piece of gear due to durability loss. These systems make for planning, strategies, and gameplay that is unique in the context of modern games, and certainly unique compared to modern Diablo. They also help form D1's more expedition-oriented gameplay, where you adventure till you run out of potions, scrolls of town portal, an item needs repairing, or your inventory fills up.
Just,
At
yeah,
which point
like,
return to
you
town,
can overdo it.
identify items,
Breath of the
repair your
Wild,
gear, stock
a
up on
little
potions and
overdid it on
scrolls,
durability.
and then dive back into the dungeon. Then you repeat this cycle.
But I
over
still
and over.
actually really liked
These
the
systems
idea
make
that
for
they
a
had
starkly
with it.
different experience from Diablo 4's stream.
Like, yes, an item in Breath of the Wild would break after like 4 swings, and it was really annoying. But the idea behind it was that
every weapon really had a different style. And so you were constantly having to change up your style, and just it was very, very much in the theme of the world and the idea that you're just like going around and using whatever you get, and you're fighting and you pick something up and you hit and it breaks and you grab the next thing. And it's like, it's a really cool idea. And it's one of the ones that I complain about. And I do think, again, they could have at least made them last a little longer. But in the end, I like that the devs stuck with their vision of you're going to constantly be changing every single weapon that you're using all over the place, because you need this is some friction, but it's our vision, and it creates this new unique experience, right? In so many games like Diablo 2, I just have my one weapon and that's all I have, and I hit forever and I go back and repair it, and I can always have my best weapon. In this, you don't always have your best weapon. You get your best weapon for a few swings and then you switch to the next. And so I really ended up loving the vision. The tough part was if you had to fight, some dude, sometimes you'd go through like 4 weapons on a single guy. And that felt a little bit much.
Streamlined gameplay. But do all these additional, perhaps menial features ultimately make for a good player experience? That'll depend on who you ask.
Just play one way.
I enjoyed them, but it certainly won't be for everybody.
Really,
doing things like trying to weapon swap
really
or
was a
refill
great
your
vision
potion
that
belt
was
manually
annoying
while
at
low on
first,
life and being
but
pursued by enemies can make for some crazy tense gameplay. But I think a lot of modern gamers would find that micromanagement and fiddling in the inventory screen to be abrasive and an artificial modifier to the game's difficulty. That's a pretty easy argument to make, actually. It's fun, but clunky. Modern Diablo has effectively eliminated all of these features to produce a more streamlined experience.
That's what I said.
And if you're trying to adapt the series for mass appeal, this might be one of the approaches that you try to take.
Oh my god, I hate so much these inventories. Every time that I see an inventory like this in a game, I just like vomit. And it's a little sad because Llama RPG's inventory is kind of going to be like that. But it's a different style. That's a turn-based RPG, not an ARPG. But there is some piece of it, but
I think
I still hate
the gameplay super generic.
The
resource management systems and expeditionary gameplay loop of Diablo 1 facilitated considerations and decisions that Diablo 4 removes. Now, Diablo 4 features carefully tuned potion drop rates, no item identification, a massive inventory with uniform items, fast movement speed, infinite town portals, removal of chance to hit, removal of hit stuns, and I'm sure there's some other things that I've missed. By stripping out these features, Diablo 4 creates a much simpler, more accessible gameplay loop. But overall, despite many points of frustration, I found that the aforementioned systems of Diablo 1, which some players might consider friction, to add to my level of mental engagement with the game, ultimately creating a more engrossing and more positive experience for me than Diablo 4's relatively mindless gameplay. But if you want to play a Diablo game that requires a little less mental engagement, fewer systems to manage, and less consequential gameplay, Diablo 4 is probably a better bet. And again, we're just talking about the 35 or so hour campaign experience here. I know that D4's endgame can get pretty twitchy, tense, or whatever you want to call this kind of gameplay. Further contributing to Diablo 1's atmosphere and tension is its method for narrative delivery. When you enter the cathedral, there are no cutscenes, and there are no followers who could provide you with levity or guidance. It's just you exploring and fighting your way through labyrinthian levels, looking for quest objectives or ways to descend deeper into the darkness. The game's narrative is almost entirely delivered through conversations with the townsfolk of Tristram, or the occasional lorebook or conversation with an untrustworthy NPC in the dungeons. But for the vast majority of the time you spend in the dungeons, the narrative doesn't interfere with the flow of gameplay, enabling long stretches of time where you're alone, fighting the evil below Tristram. The game rarely pulls you out of that gameplay loop to deliver narrative.
Yeah,
if the player wants greater context for their quests, they can choose to spend time in town talking to the townsfolk about their current objective. You can find out what Jillian thinks about the Halls of the Blind, or what Pepin thinks about it, or what does Ogden think about the Black Mushroom. Sometimes their responses are relevant to your journey, giving you some nice supporting lore for the quest. And sometimes their responses just lend flavor to the world and its inhabitants. But it's the player's choice to seek out this additional narrative detail. Or they can totally ignore it, and only experience the dialogue boxes that come up from turning in a quest, which only happens a few times in the whole game. It's very minimal and unintrusive if the player wants it to be. The wealth of optional quest dialogue and the limited in-dungeon dialogue all support the continuous tension of the gameplay instead of regularly and mandatorily breaking it up for the sake of story, as Diablo 4 tends to do. I don't know why they chose this direction for Diablo 1's narrative. It might be because it was relatively cheap to implement.
Dude, there is so much annoying, like, lore in Diablo 4. The amount of times you had to wait for a dude to get to a door to talk about the door and open the door after 20 seconds was, like, mind-numbing.
Or it might have been their ideal design, regardless of budget. Either way, I think it's an excellent direction for the game. The narrative is there for those who want it, and it maintains gameplay tension. It's great. Blizzard used a very similar narrative delivery for Diablo 2. But D3 and D4 go in quite a different direction for their story delivery, and it's much more intrusive and explicit. We'll talk about this in great detail in the next video.
This is what I call just, like, wasting my time. And this is why I very much, what I dislike most about D3 and D4, and just, you know, when it's like, it feels like they have no respect for my time, and they just want to waste it, and so they put in as many on things that you can't get past, that you have to just sit and wait for them to open the door, wait for them to do their thing, wait for them to walk to the stuff. So much time waste that they add into the game that you feel like I'm just a metric, like how much time can we get him to stay in the game rather than making it fun. Let's just do this. Extend those playtime hours.
And these changes might seem like a logical, almost necessary way to modernize Diablo's narrative delivery.
So many of them.
But I don't think that's true. D1 and D2's narrative delivery style, and its relationship to gameplay, are similar to another series, genre, developer library, whatever you'd call From Software's Souls-like games. Both of the early Diablos, and many of From Software...
I have a request. I would like to know more about doors in the Manala de Llama Holy Adventures. Will she be guided through many and beautiful, shiny yet solemn, variety of doors?
You can go through doors, yes.
Souls-like games feature a narrative hub as a core mechanism for story, and when the player is out in the world, conversations and narrative breaks are present, but they're limited, keeping the gameplay loop and the tension of exploring the world largely unobstructed. And I think it works really well in both Diablo and Souls-like games. These Souls-likes demonstrate how a narrative delivery system similar to the early Diablos, when supported by a Diablo-like gameplay loop, can still work for modern audiences. Again, it's a great model for maintaining tension while exploring and in gameplay, while offering story to those who seek it out. Now, despite the praise I've given Diablo 1, the narrative delivery is certainly imperfect, demonstrated by the town's total lack of reactivity in conversation after you've completed a quest. These quests you're sent on affect all of the townspeople, and the fact that they only comment on your deeds if they assigned the quest to you is kind of weird. Sure, it was Pepin who sent you to clean out the water supply, but all the townfolk benefit from the cleansing. And everyone had something to say about the butcher before I killed it, but nothing to say in response to its death. Even if you're carrying the cleaver around town, they don't care. The storytelling is primitive, and it could be improved, but it's functional, and it serves the gameplay well, which is probably the most important thing. And I think it's preferable to Diablo 4's narrative delivery, which constantly halts gameplay to deliver story. Though I truly enjoyed playing through Diablo for the first time in over 20 years so that I could make this video, the game has a lot of gameplay and systems issues. Let's chat about a few of those issues. Though I generally like the game's expeditionary loop, in the endgame, Diablo 1's deep reliance on purchased potions and the power of staff spell charges makes returns to town to restock, recharge, and repair happen a bit too frequently. The game's deep reliance on drinking potions does not synergize well with the manual restocking of your potion belt, and the game's slow movement speed in town, plus the town's physical size, makes that process of restocking, repairing, and recharging somewhat tedious. The game's difficulty curve is inconsistent near the end of the game, ramping up massively in Act 4, requiring up to a dozen casts of a spell to take down a single Lexington steel. And that increased difficulty, when combined with fleeing and teleporting characters, makes pure melee builds pretty frustrating to play. Gear durability can be lost rapidly, which can make an item's destruction feel unfair. Loss of all gear in multiplayer if you can't recover your corpse makes it feel like you're playing on pseudo-hardcore mode. And perhaps most glaringly, the difficulty in Nightmare in Hell ramps up to a point where it is almost unplayable if you don't use a game guide, and melee characters are essentially bricked. It gets super hard. So if you consider beating Nightmare and Hell as truly beating the game's difficulty balance is questionable, to say the least. When played in the context of modern games, Diablo 1 absolutely shows its age. And even for its time, it was far from perfect. But today, it's still an enjoyable title. And my enjoyment is, at least partially, directly or indirectly due to some of those aforementioned features which might be considered antiquated, intrusive, or even aversive to many players. And when these features are examined individually, like player hit stuns, slow movement speed, or manually restocking your potion belt, they do sound bad. But when all taken together, they provide the player with a unique, tense, rewarding, though frustrating, game experience, which can easily stand out from a group of modern, generic ARPGs. Frankly, I had a lot of fun playing Diablo.
I don't even think they need to all be together. I think you have to get past the idea of friction being bad, which we've discussed many, many times. That is the biggest issue. You can't say, oh, friction bad. Oh, inventory management is difficult. Let's just remove it. Oh, getting stunned is annoying. Let's just remove it, right? Like, each individual one of those things, they don't even have to be all together. Just every single individual one of those things is good even in its own way, because it provides a challenge. It provides something that you can then gain skill from. If you can get stunned, now you have to avoid being stunned. If there's inventory management, now you have to think about how you're going to organize your inventory. There's a skill in organizing your inventory. If like literally every single thing has a skill that you can build on top of it. And that's where a lot of fun comes within these games. So when you remove all of that, you're removing all the places for skill to exist. And then the skill is just, can you spam all your buttons really fast?
Diablo 1. And I found it to be more engrossing than the vast majority of games that I've played in the past few years. I was more than happy to immediately replay the game's short, very short, campaign on multiple classes just to experience how they progressed through the game differently. And each time it felt worth it. Because of the random nature of the game's drops, layouts, and quests, and how differently the game's archetypes play, each replay was different enough to remain entertaining. And as someone who has drifted away from playing video games as a hobby over the past decade or so, playing a game that can hold my attention for more than 1 hour is a rare feat. If you're interested in playing Diablo 1, but are a little hesitant about some of the more old-school features, I strongly recommend checking out the Devolution X mod for Diablo 1. It delivers a lot of quality of life changes, like fast walking in town, quickly putting potions into your belt, UI changes, increased resolution and frame rate, variable game speeds, which you can see here, and a ton of other features. But it still largely maintains the core gameplay and makes the game much more accessible. It also has online play, and I had a lot of fun playing online with a friend. Sincerely, check it out. It is lovely. I'm very thankful that it exists.
All right, let's see part
Welcome back to the modernization of Diablo.
Yep.
A series where we're comparing the systems, features, and campaigns of Diablo 1 and 4 to see how they can produce such remarkably different player experiences, despite both titles being dark ARPGs in the same franchise. We're also looking at how Diablo 4 ultimately made gameplay that felt meaningless to me, and the aspects of the game that contributed to that feeling. Let's start this episode with a brief overview of Diablo 2 and 3 to give us more context for Diablo 4's designs, and then let's dig into Diablo 4. So, how do we get from the flawed but unique Diablo 1 to the more streamlined, story-focused Diablo 4? Well, Diablo 2 and 3 present an obvious progression of the series to a more action-oriented, streamlined experience. In Diablo 2, though you're a more mobile and capable character, new players will likely still feel vulnerable, occasionally, due to the difficulty of some creature packs, relatively punishing death mechanics, limited checkpoints, and limited town portals. Though it has resource management similar to Diablo 1, Diablo 2 simplifies these features just a little bit and introduces a ton of new systems and features, but we're not going to get into that right now. That's a topic for a different discussion. The feeling of vulnerability that was so key to the original Diablo experience was eroded in Diablo 2, and then it was totally vaporized in Diablo 3 through some foundational design decisions discussed in the game's initial announcement.
So cartoony.
The barbarian overcomes his enemies with pure brute force. He's the perfect example of our character design philosophy. There's no such thing as too much power.
This explicit change in direction to intentionally making the player feel overpowered fundamentally altered how the player felt when first going through the world. From a cautious dungeon delver in Diablo 1, to a more capable but still vulnerable adventurer in Diablo 2, to an all-powerful Nephilim in Diablo 3. D3 also removed much of the resource management from previous games. No potion belt, no item durability, scrolls of identification and town portal were now gone, and the inventories were much larger. And some of the features which made players feel vulnerable in the previous games, like player hit stuns, hit recovery times, and block speeds, were removed as well, making packs of enemies less threatening and encouraging a much more aggressive playstyle. Fast forward to Diablo 4, where the tension of the gameplay introduced in Diablo 1 due to resource management, its narrative delivery structure, and player vulnerability is all but gone. Now, even a magic wielder can jump headfirst into a pack of enemies with little concern for consequences, and then mow them down with ease in a game that seems designed to require minimal cognitive load to play and to be accessible to a diverse audience of gamers. And making a game accessible is not inherently a bad thing, and it can have great financial outcomes. But in attempting to appeal to the broadest player base possible, I feel as though Diablo 4 lost what initially made the series interesting. Its wonderful realization of tension in an ARPG package.
The waiting for the
Now that we've
chat.
discussed the player experience from the series' foundation and touched on its progression through the years, let's start digging into Diablo 4, its campaign experience, and if it hasn't become abundantly clear already, why I didn't love it. At a foundational level, Diablo 4's core gameplay loop utterly failed to hook me in because of how these features were implemented. Scaling of loot and creatures, loot rarity and frequency, narrative delivery, world design and traversal, and combat. So yeah, pretty much the most important features of the game. Let's start off by looking at Diablo 4's scaling of creatures and loot, which is, in my opinion, the game's most glaring and ubiquitous flaw. In Diablo 4, creatures and quests are scaled to your level. So when you're level 38, creatures and quests are scaled to level 38. When you're level 42, they're level 42. There is some nuance here, as there is a minimum creature level for certain areas, and some content is scaled to be above your level for added challenge. Occasionally, I would find the game scaling creatures to my level or below, or one level above me, but I can't find any information on when or where that's a gameplay rule, and it didn't make much of a functional difference in the gameplay challenge anyways. In addition to creatures and quests, gear is also scaled to your level, or below, so that all drops, assuming they're for your class, are immediately equipable. And generally, the higher your level...
So annoying. All drops are immediately equipable. There's nothing where you find it and you're like, I can't wait to level up a few levels to hit this item. Oh, I should put some extra strength in so I can use these gloves. No. Also, like, look at these items.
The higher the item score of your drops. While there are clear reasons for their use of scaling enemies and items, like player choice and exploration, and multiplayer functionality, I found the scaling to have a significant negative impact on gameplay. Why? Well, I'm glad you asked. Have a significant.
Also, look, you have damage per second, your damage per hit, 12% damage to crowd-controlled enemies, 45% overpower damage, 12% vulnerable damage, 14% mastery skill damage, 13% damage to frozen enemies, 12% increased damage for each second you stand still up to 30%, 7.5% critical strike damage to crowd-controlled enemies.
Significant negative impact on gameplay. Why? Well, I'm glad you asked. In my opinion, having clear player progression relative to enemies, and often enemy progression relative to you, is a foundational RPG feature. And
yeah, D4 items have been reworked since then. Now they're just like D3 items, which also suck in their own way.
Something that D4 is sorely missing. What happens in a lot of action RPGs, for example, is that as the player progresses through the game, they get more powerful as they level up, gain new skills, and get better gear. And while that's happening, they're also progressing through the levels of the game, which makes the creatures more and more powerful. Importantly, the creatures' levels are predetermined based on their position in the game and not based on the player's level. We can see this general design in games like Diablo 1, Diablo 2, most successful MMOs, turn-based RPGs like Pokemon, just lots of games that feature any sort of player leveling systems. It's everywhere. Yeah. Perhaps most importantly, though the player character and creatures get stronger as the player moves through the game, this increase in power for the respective parties is not precisely synchronized. Yep. This allows for plenty of instances where the player is stronger than their immediate foes, or where the player finds themselves considerably weaker than their enemies. For example, a player might level up several times before moving on to the next game level. They feel overpowered based on their current foes, only to be humbled by a boss in the next level. Or the player might find a piece of gear which gives them a huge boost in power, making them considerably stronger than the creatures for a number of levels. Or the player might rush past a bunch of enemies to quickly get to the next level, not leveling up or gaining new gear, and then find themselves to be outmatched by the new level's creatures. Sometimes your power will be well matched with the enemies, and that's great too. Another thing that unscaled systems do is they allow the player to determine the game's level of challenge outside of difficulty settings. If the player wants, they can challenge enemies which are high above their level, but bridge that power gap with player skill. Or they can choose to gather power before they advance to make fights easier. Awesome, player choice. All of these misalignments in power between the player and their enemies, it's a good thing. It's a good, important thing that's vital to a lot of game experiences. When you don't do what Diablo 4 did, and you don't scale creatures to the player's level, you are much more likely to get these misalignments in power. And it's these misalignments that are vital for making the player feel like they're progressing in the game. Sometimes enemies get stronger and you stay the same, making them feel more powerful, imposing, and increasing in relative difficulty. So the player feels like they need to power up before advancing, like when you level up before coming back to fight the Butcher or the Tree Sentinel. Yeah. And sometimes you get stronger due to leveling up a few times, getting meaningful loot, or unlocking a new tier of spells, and the enemy's power lags behind for a while, making you feel like you're actually progressing your character's power level. It's a constant, asynchronous stance of power up and catch up between the player and the enemies.
You actually get weaker in Diablo 4 when you level up. If you level and you didn't get like additional gear, that whatever, everything else just gets stronger right around you. So leveling is actually a punishment.
It's beautiful, it's simple, it's nearly ubiquitous, and I believe it's one of the biggest misses of Diablo 4's design.
Massive miss.
Just to wrap that discussion up, for new players, you don't want the game to feature constant and massive imbalances in challenge, which favor either the player or the creatures. That's just bad balancing. But you want to give the player an opportunity to experience imbalances as a way to motivate them to either increase their skill or their power, or to reward them once they have increased their power or their skill. Alright, let's move on.
Traumatization.
Another knock-on effect of this level scaling is that you never feel like you're getting significantly more powerful or having a lasting effect on the world, because everything you fight, even stuff from the start of the game, just scales up to meet you. It doesn't matter if it's a rickety skeleton at the literal place you started the game, or one of Lilith's servants in hell. They're the same challenge. In theory, this keeps more content accessible and meaningful to you for longer, but it also continues that flat curve and compromises feelings of power growth. That criticism could be given to fighting the same creatures on multiple difficulties multiple times in Diablo 1 or 2, and it is a little bit weird to be an ultra-powerful character who just killed Baal, and then you get your ass kicked by a Quillbeast, but because they're on explicitly ascending difficulty settings, it feels a little bit less bothersome to me. Okay, last gripe about level scaling, I promise. If your goal in Diablo 4 is to just beat the campaign, once you've reached the minimum recommended levels for the zones or missions, you truly have no incentive to fight the creatures. If you level up, they will too. If you get a new piece of gear, you'll probably just replace it shortly after. It's way more time efficient to just run past everything. And obviously, that's not a great way to encourage players to engage with your game content. Now, let's talk about loot. Let's chat about how a game's loot drop rates and how frequently the player upgrades their gear, affects gameplay, and how exciting it is to get new loot. Let's just get this out of the way at the start of this section. I think that Diablo 4's loot, during the campaign experience, is extremely uninteresting and unrewarding. The game gives you an overwhelming number of upgrades that have a minute impact on gameplay, making each upgrade feel meaningless and loot overall feel just not exciting. Let's unpack that a bit. In Diablo 4, most creatures are scaled to your level, as is the loot that they drop. So each item you pick up will have a minimum level that is below your character's level. Gear doesn't have stat requirements, and it's also often tailored to your class. So almost every item drop is immediately equipable and has a high chance of being an upgrade. This creates an extremely high frequency of gear replacement as you're moving through the campaign. I have some numbers to back this up. We'll look at that in a few minutes.
Nice.
This results in the player constantly swapping in new pieces of gear that provide a marginal, often unnoticeable effect on gameplay. So how is this different from Diablo 1 and 2's drop and replacement rate, which I quite liked? In Diablo 1 and 2, loot type and item level is determined by the level of the creature, not the player, meaning you won't get higher level loot until you advance through the game levels. All gear has stat and level requirements, so you often have to build your character up to use them, and loot is not tuned to your character, so any item can drop for any class. All these factors contribute to making a much slower rate of gear replacement than Diablo 4.
I think he also misses, and maybe he'll talk about it later, but the fact that early items can have big value later on. Like, I can find some boots at level 20 that I use until I'm level 70, level 80, you know. You can get SOJ really early, and that can be great through the end, right? Like, there's a lot of gear that's great early and late because it's not just item power, right? Like, in Diablo 4, it's just like the bigger item power item is just always better. And there's so much just, you know, more damage, more life, defense, everything on the bigger gear that everything always gets cycled through. There's never a time where keeping something at level, when you're level 50, is better than what you get at 55 or 60, right? It's just like, it's just better. And that's annoying. It sucks. It makes it feel worthless. Like, when I'm playing through and I don't have the max gear, nothing matters because none of that gear will ever be better than what's at the end. And not just what's at the end, but what I'll get in 15 minutes from now. So, like, why? Who cares? Just put it on and then go to the next thing.
Big deal, right? Well, the rate of gear replacement may appear inconsequential to the player's experience, but I think that well-paced gear replacement is vital to creating meaningful loot. And in the Diablo franchise, I found that a slower rate of replacement made gear more exciting and more meaningful than a rapid rate. To illustrate my point, here's a bit of a stupid sports analogy. I've often felt like getting a new piece of gear in Diablo 1 or 2 is like scoring a goal in soccer or football. It doesn't happen all that often, but that makes it more exciting when it does happen. and gear upgrades are more likely to feel impactful because of their infrequency. Whereas getting a new piece of gear in Diablo 4 felt more like scoring a basket in basketball. It's constantly happening throughout the game, so you don't get those jump out of your seat, take off your shirt moments too often. Stupid analogy aside, I wanted to see how different the gear turnover rate was for each Diablo game. So I performed some pseudoscience by playing through D1, 2, 3, and 4, with the same criteria for how long I would play the game, how I would play the game, when I would replace my gear, and when I would start my gameplay timer.
Whoa. Best return subgroup. Start this time to me.
And I'm sure my gear choices aren't perfect, but I think they fairly reflect the decision-making of a player with some experience. So basically, in each game, I spent 2 hours killing creatures, exploring, and following the campaign, and in that time, here's how many upgrades each game gave me. For Diablo 1, I actually did this experiment twice. On my first playthrough, I started my timer when I had this gear, and I found only 5 upgrades. I was a little uncertain if this playthrough was representative of an average gear replacement rate, because of these reasons on screen here, so I decided to do another playthrough as a warrior. Here's my start gear, and I ended up getting 10 upgrades on the warrior versus the sorcerer's 5. In Diablo 2, with an assassin, I started my timer with this gear and acquired 15 upgrades over my 2 hours of playtime. In Diablo 3, I played on a monk on normal difficulty with no paragon points assigned. I started my timer with this gear, and I upgraded my gear 27 times over those 2 hours. So our
This is really interesting. I wouldn't have thought, like, upgrades per hour or anything, you know.
Trend of increased gear turnover rate continues. And finally, in Diablo 4, I played on World Tier 2, which was the hardest difficulty available to me. I started my timer with this gear and acquired a lot of gear. A shitload of gear. I upgraded my gear 46 times within my 2 hour time limit.
46 upgrades in 2 hours. Every 3 minutes, less, every 2.5 minutes, you are upgrading a piece of gear. Nothing matters. This is the point. Nothing matters. Why even bother comparing this chest to this chest? It doesn't matter. Plus, green number, good enough for me. I could care less if this has lightning res or shadow res or damage reduction, damage from close enemies. None of it matters because you're changing it in 5 minutes.
So if you weren't paying attention, that brings our total upgrades to be Diablo 1 with a sorcerer, 5 upgrades, Diablo 1 with a warrior, 10 upgrades, Diablo 2 with an assassin, 15 upgrades, Diablo 3 with a monk, 27 upgrades, and Diablo 4 with a sorcerer, 46 upgrades.
That's insane.
Now, there are some huge caveats to these numbers, like the number of kills per minute in each game, how deterministic loot is in each game, choice error on my part, how deep I am into the game, item stats, class-specific drops. And because these are different games, there is an incalculable number of confounding variables between my play sessions. But I think these numbers fairly represent the difference in gameplay. And that difference it's significant. These numbers mean that on average in Diablo 1, I was upgrading a piece of gear every 12 to 24 minutes. And in Diablo 4, I upgraded a piece of gear every 2.6 minutes. That rapid pace of gear replacement has a negative effect on how exciting it is to get upgrades. The more often something happens, the less exciting it is inherently. You know, like scoring in basketball versus scoring in soccer. And I was getting upgrades in D4 all the f***ing time. It felt totally meaningless to equip a new piece of gear.
Yeah.
The only loot that felt like it had functional, tangible impact on gameplay were the unique items, because they altered skills in an obvious way. And that's great. But only one of the 46 items I got during the playthrough were unique. The other 45 just helped me maintain some homeostasis of the game's scaling difficulty. I think that Diablo 4's prioritization of loot quantity over quality is a terrible strategy for getting the player excited about loot. More loot is not better. Interesting, well-paced, and impactful loot is better. And for an example of that, just look back at Diablo 1 or Diablo 2. When you turn over gear less often, upgrades don't need to be some crazy build-defining uniques to be impactful or exciting. They can just be a notable increase in damage output or damage negation, and the player will feel the difference. But when gear is constantly turning over, items need to be much more complex and transformative to gameplay, by altering skills for example, for them to feel impactful. For another example of how simple loot can be exciting, just think of the first time you leveled through a good MMO. You're advancing through a zone, the creatures are increasing in level, and your time to kill with each creature is slowly increasing, until you get a new weapon drop, and then your time to kill decreases notably.
Yeah.
All it is a tangible increase in player damage, but regardless, it feels freaking good.
It really is like you need an item to just feel good. You just want to put an item on and just be like, oh, it feels good. You know, like, yeah, now I feel the power of this item. Even small things like, oh, I got 20 fire res gloves that I shopped in D2. Then when I go out and the fire breathers are breathing on me, I'm not dead instantly. Now I actually have a little bit of life left. Like, you feel it, you notice it.
And a huge part of that is the infrequency of upgrades. Because if it happened all the time, your jumps in power wouldn't be as dramatic or as noticeable. After this little experiment, I felt justified in my original opinion. I find it more meaningful, more exciting, more interesting, more rewarding, just better to have fewer drops that were more impactful on player power versus way more drops with less impact on player power.
Yeah.
And Diablo 4's drop rate, it's too much. Diablo 4 delivers an exhausting number of seemingly meaningless upgrades that have little to no functional impact on gameplay, especially when one considers the scaling of enemy creatures and loot. Next, let's look at the narrative delivery and quest structure of Diablo 4 and compare it to Diablo 1. The delivery of Diablo 4's story, and not necessarily the story itself, was another area of Diablo 4 that I didn't love, especially when you compare it directly to Diablo 1, with both games taking quite a different approach to narrative delivery, how it's integrated into the gameplay, and how that synergy between gameplay and narrative makes the player feel. So how do gameplay and narrative interact differently in these two games? Well, they're very different. Diablo 1's able to communicate a sense of darkness through its gameplay, through its player vulnerability, resource management, that kind of stuff, which the narrative bolsters by largely leaving the core gameplay loop uninterrupted. But there's lots of optional narrative that the player can access in town and in the dungeon, and it will generally reinforce the darkness of the game world established by the gameplay. Conversely, Diablo 4 attempts to tell you how dark the game world is through its narrative by constantly halting gameplay to deliver story beats. The towns and villages also have additional context for quests, but when you combine the constantly halting narrative with low-tension gameplay,
you're
due
just
to excessive
playing a
player
movie.
power, no resource management, generous checkpointing, etc., the game stifles its ability to create a campaign that feels dark. And making a game that felt darker was an important development goal and marketing tool for Diablo 4. Just look at the marketing videos.
We really wanted to return to our darker roots.
The much darker style is very macabre. It's not for the faint of heart. It's gory and unnerving. It's creepy.
But does that feeling of darkness actually translate to the player? Not for me, it didn't. As a prime example of the tonal misalignment between the narrative moments and the gameplay, look at the Elias boss fight, or probably any boss fight for that matter. The preceding cutscene is dark, violent, and gory. But once the gameplay starts, all that tension melts away as you once again take the reins of your hyper-powerful character, to which Elias is not really a threat, and you proceed to pummel his pale little cheeks. Playing Diablo 4 felt like watching a movie where the protagonists constantly talk about how hopeless everything is and how scared they are, but the audience isn't scared at all. They don't feel any of that tension. And while that's primarily due to the misalignment between the tone of the narrative and how powerful the player is, the way the game delivers its narrative further inhibits its ability to generate tension. Whereas playing Diablo 1 is like watching a movie that focuses less on telling the viewer to be scared and focuses more on actually building that feeling of tension and fear in the viewer. So when we look at Diablo 1 and 4, one makes you feel something through its gameplay, which is bolstered by the narrative, and the other tells you how you should feel through the narrative, but is contradicted by its gameplay. Does that make sense? Whatever. Moving on.
That makes sense.
I felt that Diablo 4's narrative delivery demonstrated how bigger budgets don't always result in better features. Sometimes, depending on the game's genre, a more stripped down, implicit delivery of story will be better to support the feel and flow of the game. And sometimes more explicit in-your-face story delivery is better too. To illustrate how Diablo 1 may have actually been a better vehicle for delivering narrative for a dark ARPG, I'm going to compare the quest beats of an early quest in Diablo 1, the Butcher quest, versus Diablo 4's The Knight and the Magpie quest chain. Both are essentially the first non-tutorial quests in their respective games, and I think that they're fair representations of each game's narrative delivery structure. Let's have a little peek at how the story of each quest is delivered to the player, and how that delivery either supports or hinders the gameplay loop and the narrative tone of the game. In Diablo 1, almost all of the quest dialogue is optional, I think, so the player could experience the Butcher quest in some different ways. On one hand, the player could complete the quest by just starting the game, busting right through the town, ignoring all the NPCs, ignore this beautiful puddle of soup on the ground, go down, fight the Butcher without any context delivered via the game's characters or interactables. Alternatively, the player can spend time in town talking to each of the townsfolk, familiarizing themselves with the cast they'll be spending their gameplay time with. You can learn if and how the Butcher has personally affected each of these characters, giving greater context to the Butcher character, but also providing important backstory for the townsfolk, like how the Butcher was responsible for snatching Wirt's leg, or how Farnham's substance use stems, at least partially, from his traumatic encounter with the Butcher. Once the player enters the cathedral, with as much or as little context on the Butcher as they'd like, it's now the player's responsibility to find the Butcher. There are no quest markers pointing the player to the Butcher's precise location.
Yep.
There's no loading screens or boss arenas separate.
Why does every modern game have to point you exactly where you need to go as well? Like... And the thing is, it's not just that they have to point you exactly where to go. It's that if they didn't point you where to go, it would also suck. Like, Diablo 2 could point you, but without pointing you, it doesn't, like, need to. Like, you still naturally just end up understanding, and it gives you enough context that you figure it out. And many of the other older games that I've played. But in the modern games, if they didn't tell me where to go, I would just be like, bleh.
Him from the surrounding environments, and no characters to hype the Butcher up and tell you who you're about to fight. You truly discover the Butcher for yourself.
So boring back then.
You know that the Butcher is somewhere, but you don't know that he's behind this particular set of doors, despite its bloody contents. And once you open the door, he says his now infamous line, "Fresh meat," and immediately pounces on you. It all plays out pretty organically. You're exploring, you open a door, he attacks you. Once you're able to fry his sweet little tushy, which might take a few tries, you're gifted with some deterministic loot, the powerful yet fragile Butcher's Cleaver, and then you can return back to delve deeper into the dungeon. This all adds up to a quest which actively contributes to the game's tension, lore, and rewards through a simple, compelling, and optional narrative arc. No one forces exposition on you. No one stops you to tell you who you're about to fight and why you should care. You discover the boss with as much or as little context as you want. Even the boss itself is optional. The Butcher is just part of the cathedral. He's not waiting at the physical end of the level for you. He's just there, waiting for you to fight him or not, which lends even more suspense and reward to ultimately finding him and defeating him. It's beautiful but imperfect, but most importantly, it serves the gameplay well. Let's compare that Butcher quest from Diablo 1 with Diablo 4's The Knight and the Magpie quest chain, which I'm showing here. While I'm talking about this quest chain, I'm going to keep a tally of the number of times the mission requires you to stop for the game to deliver narrative. Remember, the Butcher never forces you to stop for narrative. This is the first crit path quest you get once you've completed the introductory area. Because it's a continuous chain, it's kind of difficult to determine where the quest chain starts. So I'm just going to start it at the first conversation you have after you've entered the open world, in all likelihood for the first time in the game. Like most of the crit path missions in Diablo 4, it starts off with a conversation leading to a multi-destination quest, which is punctuated by various conversations and cutscenes, which are pretty well executed, with voice acting, animations, and some dynamic camera work.
3 times speed.
Unlike the Butcher quest in Diablo 1, the player's engagement with the narrative is not optional. The quest requires you to wait for animations and to initialize conversations and cutscenes. And this quest requires a lot of narrative interaction, including the introductory conversations. From the start of the quest to killing the boss at the end, the game requires you to stop for a cinematic, conversation, or animation 21 times.
Yeah.
Compare that to the Butcher's 0.
Just 21 times. I knew exactly it was going to be at least 20 times. Most of these cutscenes you cannot skip, by the way. And it's not just even like you can't skip. You have to wait for this person to walk their butt all the way here, turn, say their line.
That sink in for a second. The game stopped me at least 21 times in a quest that took me less than 20 minutes to get from the initializing conversation to the final boss. And boy oh boy, does that constant stopping and starting compromise the game's ability to produce any gameplay tension.
Within 20
Especially when you
minutes.
consider how easy the game is and how inconsequential deaths are. Overall, this narrative delivery structure constructs a dramatically different flow of gameplay than Diablo 1. And sure, Diablo 4 tries to tell a more complex, explicit story than D1. But does that make for a better ARPG experience? More specifically, does that make for a better Diablo experience? I don't think so. But who am I to say what the gameplay identity of Diablo should be? To help illustrate how narrative delivery can compromise game flow, let's apply D4's narrative delivery to a different franchise. From Software games have a similar narrative delivery structure to the original Diablo, with narrative hubs, relatively uninterrupted exploratory gameplay, lots of optional lore that helps build context. But could you imagine playing through Elden Ring 4? Where you have an NPC follower who, while in the crit path areas, stops you every minute for an obligatory conversation before you're able to continue exploring? It wouldn't really feel like it was in the same franchise as the original Elden Ring, would it? It's such a grossly different style of gameplay. And that's how I feel about D4 versus D1.
Yep.
And yes, Diablo 4 is following a logical progression of narrative delivery that was established in Diablo 3, but that doesn't make it any more fun to play. Speaking of Diablo 3, many of D3 and D4's quest bosses follow a similar structure, with the bosses generally at or near the termination point of the dungeon. They're introduced with a cutscene and are physically isolated from the rest of the space to ensure that their animations, behaviors, and balance are all consistent, which, unfortunately, gives quests a predictable structure. You kinda know what's gonna happen before it happens. An exception to this was D4's use of the Butcher, which has a similar jump scare effect as D1's use of the Butcher. I thought it was great. It was one of the few unexpected moments of gameplay I had in D4, which was legit.
The Butcher in D4 the first time was great. The 15th time when you were just trying to do like leveling and then he kept jumping in the dungeon was like, what a waste. Just annoying.
Legitimately challenging to survive, which was awesome. I liked it, and it showed potential for what D4 could have been with more challenging balance and a less halting narrative. But that's not the reality of the game. D4's tendency to frequently halt the player to deliver story is not isolated to a single quest. It happens throughout pretty much all of the campaign missions. This game requires you to stop and wait a lot.
A lot.
Now, I respect when series try to increase their narrative depth with each new title, But unfortunately, I found Diablo 4 was at its absolute worst when attempting to do more narratively driven missions. Demonstrated quite specifically by the Secrets of Zakarum quest chain, or whatever it's called, I don't know, which is just minutes of watching an NPC do narratively important actions, punctuated by uninteresting exploration and the occasional clicking of objects in a room. There are actually 2 points in this mission where people just tell you to click on stuff while they do the narratively important things. Very riveting. There is a reason why games employ a dynamic camera during conversations, because if the story isn't interesting and the
10x
player has
speed.
no input in it, it can be excruciatingly boring to watch a scene play out in an isometric view.
Again, like I said at the beginning, every bit of this makes you feel like a metric, where the idea is just they're like, I'm going to try and get as much playtime out of you as possible. How can we do that? You have to click every NPC. They're going to take forever to say their things. They're going to move slowly. You have to click on every little thing. It takes 5 seconds for every little thing to do the things.
Now, I don't generally talk to myself when playing games, but this mission elicited a very audible and sincere, holy shit, this is boring, after arriving at my 5th location where I just had to stand and wait while characters talked at me for minutes. This questline was a potent reinforcement for how entertaining it can be to simply venture deeper
speed.
into a dungeon, trying to find the next level, with your only goal being to kill the big bad boss at the end. Point of clarification for skipping narrative: the player can skip conversations and cutscenes where they lose control of their character, although I still feel that this is a significant distraction from the flow of gameplay. And conversations and animations that occur while you still have control of your character are not skippable, which can be pretty painful to sit through. Wrapping up our discussion of narrative, let's touch on how narrative delivery can compromise the player's connection to the game environments, its towns, settlements, whatever. Because Diablo 4's story is largely delivered through a cast of traveling characters, I rarely found myself retreading to the same spaces multiple times to speak to an individual, like you might find yourself doing in Diablo 1 when you talk to Griswold, or Diablo 2 when you talk to Akara. In Diablo 1, the story is carried by the townspeople who you regularly are forced to interact with. These characters are the ones you're buying and selling items from, using for repairs, identifications, and healing. They're vital for both the story and the gameplay. And in a lot of ways, the story of Diablo 1 is much more intimate because it is their town being affected.
Yeah.
In Diablo 4, the main delivery mechanisms for the story, being Dawnin, Lorath, and Nyrel, are mobile. They'll just meet you at your quest's starting location if they have something to do with it. This ended up limiting the amount of time I spent in each town, ultimately making them feel like tools to support my gameplay needs, versus a village with inhabitants that I cared at least a little bit about. And this compromised my feeling of connection to any of the game's towns or townsfolk. And the game has a bit of a theming issue.
I mean, literally in Diablo 4. And I played 200 hours of Diablo 4. I don't think I can name a single NPC. I don't think I care about a single NPC. I don't care about a single town. I don't remember. I mean, I remember some of the like annoyances of the moving in the town, but I don't remember anything about a town that was unique. And with the map and all the places and locations, I don't like, where's Act 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Like, I don't know. And I was in these towns a lot.
Considering the world is filled with so many horrors, there sure are a lot of totally functional outposts scattered throughout the landscape.
But there's just nothing
For the purposes
matters.
of being more thematically consistent, and to help the players build deeper relationships with settlements and their inhabitants, I think the game would have been better served by having fewer inhabited settlements
The dude ripped
with
in half
waypoints
over
just
here,
out
yeah.
in unoccupied space. This would make the world feel more dangerous and might help the player feel more strongly connected to the settlements that are occupied, the people in them, and their stories of survival and hardship. So a little bit closer to something like Diablo 2. Okay, that's it for part 2. Come back for the final part where we explore Diablo 4's difficulty, combat, creatures, world design, and traversal, and compare these designs to those from earlier in the series. Thanks for
Oh, man.
your time. Bye-bye.
Part 3's not out. Well, there's part 1 and 2. Very interesting. I think that was, yeah, Peepo clap to Pups Up for a very good look and discussion of all the different pieces. I think that's, you know, very accurate and really nails down a lot of the reasoning of why D4 and D3 and many of the games have fallen off in a way, right? Yeah, very, very cool. Okay, let's play some Diablo. Let's go find an item. Makes me want to play D1 again. I know, right? I will, if PupSup's cool with it, I'll upload that as a React with links. If PupSup would prefer not, then I'll just post the links somewhere. Very cool. Okay. Just like it's, you know, you made the content. I want to make sure like people go see your.
I can't carry anymore.
Video and stuff.
I can't carry anymore.
How many players play on offline when starting out? I mean, players 8 if you want to level really, you know, faster and go a little slower with the kill speed, but faster on overall leveling. Otherwise, just players 1 and chill. You know. Oh, 100% please star. Is there a way to set a hotkey to heal my Merce in D2R? Shift 1, 2, 3, or 4, wherever your health or reju potions. Blue star. Somebody said, Slay the Princess is on your list. That game is probably not appropriate. So I have to ask you now, Blue Star, is that game appropriate? What is Slay the Princess? What is the inappropriate parts and or the parts that would... It's a horror adventure game. How much horror though? You know. White Sacred Armor. And is that the part that would make it not okay? Aw. If only that was ethereal. Oh wait, I don't have... Hold on. Grail. Some streamers that are willing to take more risk than me have refused to stream it. Okay. Why did they refuse to stream it? Mostly psychological and body horror. Am I gonna get banned for playing it?
I am overburdened.
Perfect, James. Slay the Princess is a horror game. It is not intended for children and those easily disturbed. Please start a full list of content. If suicide is significantly trick target, you suggest to take care of yourself while playing the game. Okay.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
So some hot topics in it, maybe. That's why I had the backup choice. Yeah, but you did both choices, so now we have both of them. Did I see the burr exploit? Oh yeah, I made a video of that burr exploit.
Move.
Yo,
Long
I'm
ago.
always picking up rare throwing weapons and occasionally get ones with sick damage. But the uniques I use have deadly strike. Is it better to run higher base damage on the weapon and count on deadly strike from throwing mastery, or use a weapon with lower damage but inherent deadly strike on it?
So it's purely going to be a math problem, right? What's your deadly strike from throwing mastery?
Greetings.
Level 20 is 29%. So you assume you have 40. You probably don't have 40, right? Wait, why would you have 40%? Thirty percent on skill, 33% on character skill. Gotcha. Yeah, so deadly strike from a unique is going to be local just to said unique, but of course it can be really nice, you know, because it's double the damage. So right now, basically 1 in 3 times you're hitting for double damage with your weapons. If you get, let's say, 50% deadly strike, then that's bringing you up to 80% of the time, 83% of the time, so like 5 out of 6 time hits, as opposed to 1 out of 3 hits are gonna do double damage. So all that being said, for you it probably makes sense to maintain your Eth rare. If you're saying that's your like average damage. Two belts today. Let's get some ethereals going. That also depends the attack speed, and you can consider the range and all that stuff as well.
I am overburdened. I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Let's have a big boy find today, huh?
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Sorry for all the throwing questions. What about weapons with low mid damage, super high max damage? My one rare is 77 to 322. My current I use is 169 to 262. Not sure what to use, no deadly strike on either.
Well, what's the average? 322 minus 77 is 245. 169 to 262. So 70. Wait. No, plus. Sorry. 322 plus 77 divided by 2 is 199. And then 169 plus 262 is 215. So use the higher one. Okay, you just want to go for your average.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Come on, man. Paladin dead? Yeah, Mephisto. But also just like runes and some base pieces. My replacement choice would be Crypt of the Necrodancer. I think that's a good replacement choice. I will try and look more into Slay the Princess, but I have not played Crypt of the Necrodancer before, no.
I am overburdened.
Go ahead and make the swap. Okay. Crypt of the Necrodancer. Got 6 games on our list so far. Noita, Crypt of the Necrodancer, Celeste, Day of the Tentacle, Lemmings, and maybe Hom 3. We decided not to. So, the games that are on the list will have 1 hour of play minimum.
I can't carry anymore.
Chat can always increase any game's time as the game is being played, with subs, bits, etc. That's all in the graphic. So if chat's really enjoying a run, then we can go 2 hours or 3 hours or 5 hours or whatever, right?
I can't carry anymore.
And then when the time's up, I'll switch to the next game. But I could also, I get final say with stuff, so I could also just like go a little further. Diablo 2. How about solitaire? If you want solitaire, F. Ah. Baby, I will get you solitaire.
I am overburdened.
Like I say, just whatever game you want on the list is $100, and I will put the game on the list, and we will do an hour of that game. So, minimum, of course, right? And then it can be just extended by chat at any point as we're going. Factorio. If you want Factorio, then Factorio could be a game of the choices. Start of becoming a variety streamer? Nah, just the start of, like I say, a lot of people constantly come in. Mr. Llama, will you play XYZ game? I'd like to see you play blah, blah, blah. So, without just being, you know, variety stream, whatever person, I figure we could have a fun time once a year, twice a year, whatever, where we do a little game-a-thon. And I'll just play whatever games chat wants me to play, and then you can get it out of your systems. So in my ! Discord and the announcements channel is the rules and the list and how it's all gonna function. I played Torchlight 2 and Torchlight Infinite. I actually thought both of them were decent. I also played some Torchlight 3, and it had some stuff going for it in the alpha, and then they kind of had to like rush it out, I think. And it didn't really hit. It's unfortunate.
Impossible.
This was half-baked.
Yes.
Where's the Midora? There it is. There's a boss here.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
There's still a boss here somewhere. There it is. Gothic plate. Might Fnatt on top of each other is a very scary combo. And if you get cursed, run. When are we making Llama play Minecraft? I have played, but also not really played Minecraft. Like, I've never fired up Minecraft and just, like, played it, you know? I've always been, like, in some competition thing, some, you know, creator event, and they're just like, send me some random server, and then I'm on a server in some weird spot, and I have to like build a bridge while people are shooting me, or I have to run through a maze, and then that's it. So like, I don't, and I've like seen, you know, like, I know there's a speed run because I know Jim has done some speed runs and things like this, but I don't. It's a game I have surprisingly little knowledge about for as big as it is. Terraria. I have not played Terraria either, so that's one I've heard good things about. Hard game, Terraria. I've heard a lot of good things. People love that game. Why do they drop so much from mobs like Bloodraven and Griswold? Just their like drop tables and the way that they drop and how hard they are to kill versus it. A hawk mod. H mod, very interesting. Have I ever played FTL? No. I have a video on boss pack spawns. Max number of packs in an area and stuff. There's a whole sheet with it. But I have a video. I know I've talked about it within videos. I don't know if the video is called boss map pack spawns or anything, but probably just in a general MFing video. But yeah, the levels.txt will tell you. What games do I have on the N64? We've got Mario 64, we've got some NBA, Kobe Bryant's NBA game. I think I have GoldenEye. Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask, maybe Ocarina of Time. We need to look. I can't It's locked. You'll take a picture of what games we haven't put on Discord? Perfect. I don't think we have Hello Kitty Island. New laptop just arrived. Nice. Let's go, baby. Maximizing terror zones video. Is that where I did talk about it? Okay. I knew I talked about it somewhere, but I also have like 4,000 something videos, so. Best build for lazy screen clearing MF. I hammered it.
I can't.
It's because it can just be everywhere. Why Pit and not Trav? I just don't. I mean, well, Trav, first off, isn't dropping every single thing in the game, I don't believe. But also, I just don't, like, love Trav. It's okay. A little bit more limited in drops. So when it's terrorized Trav, 10% Drax. I mean, 10% Drax are nice. No, life tap is a separate thing from life tap. I guess technically it stacks in the way of like when you hit you get your life tap amount, but then you also get a life steal amount. Like both the amounts will happen. But I don't know if that's how you were asking the question. Where are the F uniques at, man? Gotcha. Or 454, solid.
I am overburdened.
Solid, solid. Oh, yeah, just from a life stealing standpoint, it matters. Kind of independent of the life tap. Agreed, Defunk. Agreed. Yeah, it can be rough, McKern, finding if you're looking for a specific base. This can just take forever. Wish they added widescreen resolution. For classic graphics. Oh. Love classic graphics. Brasticus. GG, thank you very much.
It's locked.
Jagged Alliance 3. Never heard any of Jagged Alliance. Thank you for that Prime sub, reminding everybody in Twitch chat that they may have a Prime sub available.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Did I ever play XCOM? Did you get me XCOM Paladin?
I can't carry anymore. I can't.
I don't think I've played it. Hugo's House of Horrors is a great game. You could stream that. Really isn't a horror game. Interesting, Paladin. I mean, I'm not specifically looking for horror games that aren't technically horror games. Again, for the Gameathon, this is chats games. So whatever chat ends up picking there, donating for, those are the games that will be played. So I'm not really going to have a say in what I'm playing so much as if I'm turning it down. What if you guys vote for Diablo? I mean, look, if somebody picks Diablo for their Gameathon game of choice, then we'll play Diablo for the hour plus whatever, you know, time. Exactly, Karma. How'd the Pally go? We got to Helmephisto and died. It was going to be tough anyways there. It just... We still didn't get a fast spirit. And we were stuck on 48 FCR as well, so it was a less lucky run. We were making it work, but I tried to push on Diablo a little bit. And I probably should not, and just like, or on Mephisto. I probably should do safe strats there, unless I have like at least 50 light res.
I can't carry anymore.
I uploaded a picture of all the physical games we have, and we'll include digital later. We have digital games? Alright. Here's our games. We have DDR Max, DDR Extreme, DDR Max, Guitar Hero 3, Guitar Hero 2, Guitar Hero World Tour, Guitar Hero 3 again, Game of Thrones, Wolf Among Us, Vamper, Rock Band, Dance Dance Ultra Mix, Just Dance 2020, Just Dance 4, Epic Mickey 2. Legend of Zelda Game Party, Wii Sports, Lara Croft Tomb Raider Anniversary. I don't even know why we have half these games. Bully, Wii Fit, Super Mario, Donkey Kong Country Returns, Lego Batman, Pikmin, Tony Hawk, Tears of the Kingdom, Outer Worlds, Echoes of Wisdom, Persona, Royale, Spiritfarer, Hades, Mario Bros. Deluxe, Minecraft, Cat Quest. Rogue, Shadows of the Empire, Gauntlet Legends, Mario. Oh, I do have Mario Kart. Diddy Kong Racing, Body Harvest, Pokemon Snap, Harvest Moon, Star Fox, Donkey Kong 64, Perfect Dark. Another one. Banjo-Tooie, Donkey Kong Country, Super Mario All-Stars, and Super Mario World. I don't think we have a functional SNES, though. Pokemon Stadium, Mario Party 2, Mission Impossible, Star Fox, NBA, Zelda Ocarina of Time, Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie, Mario Tennis, Pod Racing, GoldenEye, Glover, and Turok. Looks like no Conkers in there. Conkers is pretty expensive, I think. The top ones are SNES games. Also, I guess I do have Perfect Dark. So, those are the console games that we have. Make Word actually reroll his stuff. Try. Moo and I already played and beat It Takes Two. Alma Negra, almost. That was a game we played off stream together. Great game, very fun. We also played... No, what was that other one we beat where you're like tied together with yarn, like string, yarn, it takes yarn. Exactly, Chuck. Unravel. Cute one.
I can't. Impossible. I can't.
Operation Tango. I have not heard of that one.
flop.
It's always nice to have lots of rejuves. Little Big Planet. I remember, like, that game also had a yarn character, right? I never played that, but I feel like I saw there was a lot of stuff about it, you know, somewhere.
I can't carry
A lot of press or something, but if you do have a functional SNES, please let me know there's one where maybe voters is adding if so. I mean, I can go to the local game shop and see how much an SNES cost. They've got one. I did look in your dad's attic. Super Nintendo. He had an NES, right? It looks like Super Nintendos are like $100 at least. 110, 120, something like that. Yeah, Duck Hunter was NES. True that, Curbs. That seems excessive. Honestly, I thought it was going to be like $40. I'm a little surprised it was that much. I think I actually have an SNES, but when it got shipped to me, it like didn't work. So I just have a broken one, but maybe there's an easy repair. Maybe we do a repair stream. Take it apart and
I need a key.
get a soldering gun and some things and see what we could do.
Good day.
I blew all over that thing. You should have seen me. I was a blowing machine. Paul Rune. Put it on the shelf and then use an emulator. Yeah, maybe that's the best way. If you do have a game that you want from it, maybe it's just use an emulator is the right idea. Speedrun Po 2. Could be fun.
Impossible. I am overburdened. It's locked.
Have I tried Ocarina of Time Master Quest? No. I just have the Ocarina of Time, but not the Master Quest. It's just Ocarina of Time, but harder, right?
I can't carry
Came out on GameCube. Oh, they've also got like different dungeons and puzzles. Oh, wow. I do have a GameCube, I think. I have some GameCube games at least.
I can't carry anymore.
Tree truck.
I am overburdened. Impossible. I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
So is Master Quest like its own game? Or is it like a mod thing or something? Okay, new game. Earthworm Jim. When I was like 6 years old, my friend had that game. We'd go over and play it. Just like fart your way around or whatever. It was such a weird game.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
Dungeons are obscenely hard. Gotcha. What's the rarest item in D2? Ethbang Songs or Zod Rune? Ethbang Songs is more rare than Zod, but the bigger issue is you can't really compare runes and items super well. Just because they drop from different mobs. Runes are independent of Magic Find and can drop from a lot more monsters. Whereas something like Mang Songs is only dropping from, you know, high-level terror zones or high-level areas, right? Because it has a very high treasure class. So you can get Zod in a lot of places that you wouldn't be able to get Mang Songs. And again, at the same time, because it's independent of Magic Find, a lot of times your better chance for Zod is a character like a Javazon on Players 8, killing lots of cows and random trash, as opposed to, you know, a Magic Finding character like this, right? I mean, it's just... So, they're not great comparison pieces because of that. You guys awesome random cow. Exactly. I just... Wow, we finally get an Eth, but it's Shadow Fang. All those Eth uniques, or all those uniques we found that we needed ethereal. We finally found a unique we don't need ethereal, and that's the one. Sorry.
Impossible.
Oh yeah, of course. Again with these like lame terror zones too. We had Crystalline Passage, Frozen River yesterday. Your Paladin update looks sick, yeah. Which character is best for key farming? Lightning Source, pretty dang good overall. Trap Assassin's pretty good. Harrenden's pretty good. Kind of depends how stacked you are. Blitz Source can be pretty fine if you've got like a way to break immunity. Thunder Charm and stuff and enough damage. For nil attack. And for Countess, you know, have a good mercenary and stuff.
I can't carry anymore.
Okay. We will call it here. And be back tomorrow with some more magic finding. Or more speedrunning. Paladin was close. We can do a quick look. If we want. Let's look together. Let's do like a little analysis. Like Hell, Paladin. Let's see, Tunans. Now Tunan had a fantastic. He didn't have to farm for spirit in his run. So he had spirit in normal. Dang, he gets a 206 Nightmare Bale. But what level? Let's actually see. That's pretty crazy, actually. 206 is so fast. That's at the late split, too. It's actually even earlier than that. So he's 54. Wow. That is crazy. Okay, let's go to Kano. I don't want to look at terrible resolution. So here, 213.55. That makes sense. And he finishes at 53. And then goes and levels through. And then... what's his resistance? gonna see right now. Interesting, he does kill Isual. It's always a debate. Okay, so 235. We have 213, 220, 226, 235. My Andariel was until 226? What? Wait, why is it that slow? Oh, 218. Okay, that's better. So we're +5. Then he had 220. Try and get a sense of the splits here. So that's 7-minute Act 1, 6-minute Act 2, 9-minute Act 3. 7, 6, 9. We have 8. Oh, 9. Oh, but I had a 4th way and some rough maps. So I need to speed up that Act 2 for sure. And then 10. So, yeah, so I'm losing some time there. I mean, that's a spectacular Act 2. First way. Yeah, I gotta be faster there. He's also got the 75 FCR breakpoint and stuff, so I guess he's probably running double spirit here. Yeah. It's just like, it's so helpful if you can have that, you know? So helpful. Okay, well, that is today. I will see you guys. Nice USM. Tomorrow. Don't forget to hang out in the VOD channel. Yesterday was again like the best day the VOD channel has had. Thank you everybody who has just hung in there. Open it up, leave it on, slept with it, all the stuff. It does a lot. Mwah. Kisses to you all. Have a great rest of your day, night, wherever you are. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody. Have a good one.
Many moons have passed since I left the town of Tristram behind me. Since then I've tried to forget the terrors I beheld beneath the cold earth and the twisted nightmares that have haunted my every waking moment. There's something dark within me now. I can feel it. Ice blast to the past, a bitter killer's mastery class, an orb of ice, a centrifuge recasted the fast, a frozen mass. They shattered into glasses of ash, a chill and blizzard wizards cast, and now I'm gone in a flash. And we don't stop, a Nova proc, a weapon swap, a unique drop. We're tearing through this chaos. Listen to our master rap to flock. The last who popped the moment stopped, he's finally free. Not even death can save from me. Holy bolt, holy shield, holy freeze. I might smite the Lord of Terror unto his knees. I'll set free the beast within just to watch him bleed. Pure concentration, no salvation, just to restore peace and bring order to the world. The desecration from my sword, he start a war. I'll massacre the core foundation of the law. This ain't no soul in search of answers, just a hero with a T. And by the time I finish slaying, there won't be Diablo 3. Lord of destruction, Lord of corruption, Lord of the hate and pain. I instigate a flow so great, eviscerate the syndicate. I decimate, eradicate my foes. Enter a tonic state, they suffocate, choke on my name. Lord of seduction, Lord of disruption, Lord of the lies, Belial hides inside. He's terrified, mass genocide. My master rhymes identify the stale while they listen as I amplify, to specify it's time to die. Bring it back to the master of the track. Travel east to find the beast so I can slay him with my rap. Don't need flails or a sword, tie my hands behind my back. Like a shop up, I'ma kill him with my lyrical attack. Time to let out my battle cry. Item find find the time to grind a level 9 to 9. Support the party blizzard wizard and that summon god. I stand to tank the flank of dolls, but when I try to fight, my damage lacks. A crepified, I can't attack. I spent my life mastering axes, now I'm damned to cat. Or cries of anguish, they don't care, they want the mana back. Dead dreams of prestige, honor, valor, now I stand and rap. I go slow, a mental block from years ago. Still trapped inside my mind, the frigid Highlands, all I know. Yet as I hit my blows, my vengeance charges start to grow. Look out, Diablo, this barbarian's about to steal the show. I spit fire, but not the weak like Inferno. E-botted poison over shots crushed from my goblin toes. Line by line, I'm breathing rhymes in a red lightning hose. And if you're caught up in this flow, your corpse just might explode. Lord of destruction, Lord of corruption, Lord of the hate and pain. I instigate a flow so great, eviscerate the syndicate. I decimate, eradicate my foes in teratonic state. They suffocate, choke on my name. Lord of seduction, Lord of disruption, Lord of the lies, Belial hides inside. He's terrified, mass genocide. My master rhymes identify the stay a while. They listen as I amplify, should specify it's time to die. It's a catastrophe, metallic bashing me. Can't throw blows cause I chose my characteristry. Tornadoes, dodging mobs like it's an allergy. Pattern war's a product of a master mastery. I pray to D, pray straight blasphemy. I pray to find a glitch or bug to get me past these three. I'll lose my mind if Talik's extra faster, I can't see. Maddox throws, it's time to focus, DJ drop.